would it be? I don't know. The stack was sitting here. I was thinking that can be a fun icebreaker here. We can talk about.
That's a good icebreaker question.
No, it's fun. Is it that kind of day for you?
No, it's a good day. It's a good day. Oh, I don't want to be Pluto. That's just depressing.
No,
Okay.
not the dog. Heavens, no. No, the planet. That adorable little planet. Just trying as hard as it can.
Oh, okay.
Dwarf planet.
I'll give it whatever. Sun. That's the sun. See?
That's
Do we know what these come from?
I don't know where they come from.
The NASA things.
Planet, or is it something?
You know, Pluto's barely a well. Pluto's not well represented in this packet.
Ask our
Let me
resident
just-
expert.
It's definitely a dwarf
Okay.
planet. I quizzed my middle schoolers on
I was like, I'm not the expert on it.
Pluto is one of those two lights.
Which
I don't even think that NASA knows.
the middle schoolers, and
Planet. Oh, stop being a planet.
if you really want to know, I can explain it to you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I call this meeting of the Greenbelt City Council to order. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please? It's the TV screen.
Heard sound coming through the speakers above us before. I don't know if that's it. Test. I don't know.
Maybe it doesn't. No, there's still some kind of echo.
Okay.
Councilmember Fritz,
Present.
Councilmember Niesel,
Here.
Councilmember McKinney,
Here.
Councilmember Pompey,
Here.
Councilmember Pope, Mayor Pro Tem Weaver,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
I'm here. Please join us in a moment of silent reflection as we pause to remember residents and others who have passed away since the last council meeting. Resident Irwin Irv Wartell and former resident David Parcell Sellers. Let's pause for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you so much. Councilmember McKinney, will you lead us in the pledge? Thank you so much. And the Greenbelt Community Pledge, the strength of Greenbelt is diverse people living together in a spirit of cooperation. We celebrate all people by sharing together. We are all enriched. We strive to be a respectful, welcoming community that is open, accessible, safe, and fair. Okay. So let me just say this. We hold council meetings 2 times a month, except for August and December, on Mondays to set policy and to take formal actions. Tonight's session, as all of our sessions, open to the public, except for executive sessions as authorized by state law. Residents can observe our deliberations, and we'll pause periodically to provide opportunities for public comment. During these times, if you wish to speak, if you're here in the room, just raise your hand, and after being recognized, you can go over to the podium. You'll need to state your name and an address for the minutes. Now, if you're dialed in and you're on Zoom, you can use the Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen to submit a written question, or you can raise your virtual hand, and once again, you'll need to provide a name and an address. We don't accept anonymous comments coming in from online. And if you're watching remotely, if you're watching on cable TV or watching on, Facebook or YouTube, you just send us an email. The email address is questions@greenbeltmd.gov. So please limit your remarks during these comment periods to 3 minutes and address only the topic under consideration. We ask that you remain civil and avoid disparaging others and questioning their motives. So that being said, we're going to pivot to the first item on the agenda, which is petitions and requests. Petitions and requests actually are a little different. Individuals wishing to request an action from the city may submit petitions or requests to the city manager or city council, either in writing or by speaking at a council meeting for up to 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. And council hears these petitions but does not make immediate decisions during the meeting. After a petition is presented, council may refer the matter to city staff for resolution, request further investigation, or add it to a future meeting agenda. And we provide, the city manager provides updates on the status of petitions on a regular basis. Usually it's on a quarterly basis, and there's also a link on the website where you can kind of look. So once again, we ask that you avoid disparaging or questioning the motives of others, and in general, let's all be civil in our remarks. So, and finally, we do record all of the petitions, so they're all logged. It's not just verbal. So let me ask at this time, are there any petitions or requests? Yes. It's not.
Okay, yeah, you can still hear me. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Peggy Higgins. I'm the chair of the currently named Public Safety Advisory Committee, or PSAC, which is part of the reason why I'm here on behalf of the committee. Kathy Reynolds, Mary Thomas, Steve Mirsky, Stan Zirkin, Pierre Eunice Pierre and Laura Kresler most of them are online or will be at 8:15. I just wanted to say that we appreciate the council considering our recommendation to modernize the name of our committee to the Advisory Committee Advancing Public Safety, which is item 11. I realize it's a first reader and there'll be no discussion, but wanted to let you know we're here. We thank you for the work that you do and would appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Man, that's loud. Are there any other petitions or requests? Please.
Hello, members of the council. Good evening. For the record, my name is Owen Anderson. I'm the Deputy Director of Ranked Choice Voting Maryland. I'm here on behalf of the organization this evening. I just wanted to share some relevant information and updates related to RCV as well as some state bills in your legislative review. The first bill is SB 236, which is sponsored by Senator Cheryl Kagan and directs the State Board of Elections to review and certify available tools, which would support municipalities with trusted tools for RCV. The deadline for testimony in the Senate was this morning, so if the council chooses to support this bill, we recommend or we encourage you to send a letter of support to the committee directly. SB 236 now has a cross-filed bill in the House as well, which is sponsored by Delegate Fair, and it is HB 1010. This afternoon, RCV Maryland submitted a letter to the Senate on behalf of organizations and elected officials that support SB 236. I'm glad to say that many elected leaders at the municipal level individually signed this letter, including elected officials in Annapolis, College Park, Frederick, Rockville, Tacoma Park, and members of the council also signed individually. On January 23rd, the Montgomery County delegation unanimously supported HB 580, which is the other RCV bill we are advocating for in the Maryland General Assembly, and it is a local option bill for Montgomery County to be able to decide for themselves to use ranked choice voting for local offices. The bill is just enabling legislation and would not affect the 2026 elections. Also on January 23rd, RCV Maryland hosted a film screening in Greenbelt, which we were very happy about. We'll be doing more of that and community discussions in the near future as we continue to do general education around RCV. And we also had a number of events across the state. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions, and I look forward to seeing the next steps for RCV in Greenbelt.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions or requests tonight? Is there anybody online? Okay. Well, at this time, let's go ahead. Thank you for the petitions and requests tonight. We appreciate it. And as I stated before, they are logged by the city clerk and referred to the city administration to look into, to research and propose next steps. So appreciate the feedback, and I guess it's PSEC now, but it's going to be APAC a little bit later on tonight, possibly. Thank you for your service. Okay, hey, let's go ahead and move to the next item, which is the consent agenda. Are there any modifications to the consent agenda? And if there are none, could I please have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I need to remove a couple of different minutes to make some corrections. I'd like to remove September 8th, 15th, and 25th for some corrections. All of September 8th, September 15th, and 25th.
Okay.
Oh, did I write down the wrong thing in my notes? Yes, I guess I did. Yes, I meant the 24th.
Okay, cool. Are there any other amendments? And if there are none, could I please have a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended? Councilmember McKinney, I think you managed to get that. So, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. So that's going to bring us to the agenda. And are there any modifications to the agenda? Yes, please.
I would like to propose adding an item to the agenda to talk about some public service citations for people who went above and beyond, residents who went above and beyond during the recent storm.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Niesel has seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that will become item number 18 on the agenda. Item number 18. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and move on to the next section of the agenda under communications. We don't have any presentations tonight, but we do have a statement of record for a closed session on January 21st.
In accordance with the General Provisions Article Section 3-06C2 of the Annotated Code of the Public General Laws of Maryland, I move that the minutes of tonight's meeting reflect that Council met in closed session on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 at 6:37 in the Council Chambers. Council held this closed meeting in accordance with Section 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of the Public General Laws of Maryland. 1, to consult with Council to obtain legal advice on a legal matter. The purpose of this meeting was to get legal advice about the unionization process. Voting to close the session. Councilmember Fritz, no. Councilmember Niesel, yes. Councilmember McKinney, yes. Councilmember Pompey, yes. Councilmember Pope, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Weaver, yes. Mayor Jordan, yes. Josue Samaron, City Manager, and Stephen Silvestri and Blaine Taylor from Legal Counsel were also present. No action was taken during this meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Pope, Councilmember Pope has seconded. All in favor, please say roll call, please.
Councilmember Fritz,
Aye.
Councilmember Niesel,
Yes.
Councilmember McKinney,
Yes.
Councilmember Pompey,
Yes.
Councilmember Pope, Mayor Pro Tem Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's going to take us to the next section of the agenda. The next item actually is administrative reports. City Manager Samaron, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. Good evening, citizens. We've been busy still working through the snow and ice that's accumulated in the city, and it's been difficult to deal with it as the weather has not dropped in enough to melt the ice. However, our team continues to make clearings of sidewalks that the city is responsible for and helping in other sections of the city, such as roads, bus stops, and the occasional assistance to the residents to get them out and about, cleared from either parking spaces or homes. So we continue the budget preparations to present the budget to council in March. I expect that next week we will have an overall summary of all the
But
I'm sorry, I think the sound cut out.
Emma, check your phone.
yeah, that's great. That's great. I think I was looking at the report and the calendar, and it indicated that the street sweeper is going to be in town. I think was it next week or 2 weeks from now. So that will probably help with clearing up some of the curbs and clearing some of the salt away. Did I see that correctly?
Yes, the team is supposed to resume last week's snow operations. The challenge is there's still so much ice on the roads that it's not going to be able to make such a good job as in the past because there's still ice built up. The salt, I think the salt is still needed on the road because as in the days you have some melting of water and then it refreezes because it's below 30 degrees. So I think we still need that salt on the road. It's still doing its purpose, which is helping melt the ice. But yes, the snow sweeper's back on the road.
This is good news. That's good news. So I was driving along Crescent today, just was trying to drop off some food scraps. And I was counting the cars that are still snowed in, and there are not that many. I counted 10 between Southway and Lassner. So it's important, if you haven't dug out your car, you need to go ahead and try and do so. And perhaps with the temperature tomorrow and the next day, expected to get up to the mid-40s. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier.
I wish that we could coordinate with people moving their cars out because it makes our public works crew job easier if the cars are dug out and they move into spaces that we already clear, so that as we're coming through with the loaders, we can get the ice off the road. And our team is not going to get too close to the vehicles because we don't want to damage any of the vehicles. The snow and ice is hard. It's like concrete, so we don't want to push that onto cars and damage vehicles. So I've instructed this team to stay away from the vehicles because we just don't want to risk damaging anyone's car. So I encourage folks that as they're able to dig out their cars, move them into the parking spaces that are empty so that our crews can continue clearing the road.
Over at Greenbrier, the management company actually sent out an email asking folks to move their cars on Hanover Parkway if they haven't already dug them out, because just as you said, it makes it impossible for any additional clearing. So
it's also been 2 weeks. So it's been a while. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing up the snow operations. I have shared with council emails of our enforcement actions. We've been trying to be considerate of the conditions and giving a lot of warnings. However, this week we are going into issue monetary fines. So I think 2 weeks is a reasonable amount of time to provide folks to clear the sidewalks. We're now entering the fines process, and I emailed earlier a list of locations where we issue warnings to residents and property owners.
Hey, well, thank you so much for the update.
And just as you're talking about the calendar, we have scheduled a touch-a-truck May 2nd.
Huh. Okay. Hey, let's go ahead and move on to item number 11, which is a resolution to, actually, it's item number 10, a resolution for second reading to endorse the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments DMV Moves funding proposal. So this is a measure for second reading and possible adoption. The resolution positions Greenbelt alongside of our regional partners in supporting the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments DMV Moves transportation funding proposal. The plan addresses critical mobility challenges facing our region and proposes sustainable, equitable funding mechanisms to support transit, pedestrian, and bicycle infrastructure. And these are priorities that we've consistently championed here in Greenbelt. So by endorsing this proposal, we're reinforcing Greenbelt's commitment to regional collaboration, and we're signaling our support for transportation investment that reduces congestion, expands multimodal access, and advances government environmental sustainability. And also, our endorsement strengthens our collective voice. Municipalities like ours together working with the counties in a region to try and move through state and federal review processes. So, second reading, would someone like to go ahead and make the proposal? Yes, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move for second reading and adoption, a resolution supporting the endorsement of the DMV Moves Plan and funding proposal.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Fritz has seconded. Is there any discussion? You know, we got the presentation at the last council meeting. I thought it was pretty comprehensive. There were a few questions just about what is this going to mean for small cities like us in the context of the larger DMV. And we got some pretty good answers and good conversation. So I'm just wondering, you know, this dedicated funding for WMATA secures stability. So the hard part is really just getting Maryland and DC and Virginia to all agree on funding source, because the funding's different in each jurisdiction. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. We've got a comment there. Sir, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Is this okay?
Yes, it's picking it up.
Okay. Whatever else I might think of Greenbelt Council, I would never wish that it intentionally embarrass itself. And I'm suggesting that if council adopts this resolution tonight, it would add its name to a long list of regional jurisdictions which have endorsed this, and more yet to come, presumably, which will have embarrassed themselves. Before DMV Moves was created 2 years ago, WMATA for many years had gone essentially hat in hand, sometimes claiming the sky was falling, somewhat accurately over the years, several times over the years, to Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia, saying we need money. And in the past, to a greater or lesser degree, the three jurisdictions have offered money. But WMATA 2 years ago indicated that was not a sustainable way to proceed without there being dedicated money, not requesting annually for ever greater portions of the state legislators' funding potentials. Nothing has changed. The result of 2 years' effort to get sustainable, dedicated funding, the plan you have before you, the endorsed resolution from DMV Moves you have before you, provides no dedicated funding. Again, WMATA, with a lot of support from a lot of electeds and appointeds and riders, frankly, are going hat in hand to the legislature of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the legislature of the state of Maryland, and the district council, saying we need money. That's not dedicated. I will tell you that I don't know what's happening in Richmond, and I have not a heck of a lot of knowledge of what's happening in the Wilson building, but it is my understanding that MDOT has already indicated to the legislature that it questions whether it can come up with the additional $150 million, and that's a very small portion of what Maryland would be paying, to meet the needs of DMV Moves plan. There is a better way. WMATA and COGS board through DMV Moves could have arrived at a method by which WMATA would have sustainable, dedicated funding. They chose not to pursue that way, but there is a way. But at this point, any jurisdiction's legislature, including Greenbelt's council, endorsing this plan, it's doing so knowing that it's not dedicated. It may be dedicated this year. Maryland, Annapolis may come up with the money. Richmond may come up with the money. The Wilson building may come up with the money. But what happens next year? What happens, God forbid, if there are Republican majorities in Richmond and Annapolis, or the Wilson building, or just lesser Democratic majorities where the money won't be forthcoming?
Thank you, sir. 3 minutes.
Council should not endorse this plan.
Appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. In this plan, there is the commitment to securing $460 million in new annual regional funding. And I suppose if it was possible to wave a magic wand and get each of the three jurisdictions to commit to doing this the same way, COG would have certainly done that. But it's a roadmap, and it clearly spells out what the financial imperatives are, because we're kind of facing a deficit, operating deficit, and the potential of a fiscal cliff in the next few years. So COG is doing what they can, and Greenbelt is endorsing that proposal. Yes, council member.
Yeah, I do agree that WMATA needs. That is a lot of feedback. It's coming from up there, so I'm hearing myself coming down. I agree that WMATA needs dedicated funding. Groups like the Amalgamated Transit Workers Local 689 are in Annapolis and Richmond lobbying for dedicated funding, and I think this is one resolution talking about the needs and demonstrating the needs for funding. But there are ways to dedicate revenue streams, but that will ultimately fall to Annapolis and Virginia and the district to fund those. But looking at measures like a land value tax around transit to help create a sustainable funding stream, there are people doing that work. And I think that enumerating the need is important to actually securing the funding.
Thank you. Let's see, is there anybody online wanting to make a comment? I don't see anybody. Is there any additional discussion? If not, let's go ahead and take a vote on the resolution. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Fritz.
Aye.
Councilmember Niesel.
Yes.
Councilmember McKinney.
Yes.
Councilmember Pompey.
Yes.
Councilmember Pope.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Weaver.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll be looking for updates from COG and closely watching what's going on in Annapolis and Richmond and the District of Columbia, because we are all in this together, and we can't really function as a region without the transportation links, the multimodal transportation links that WMATA serves us with. So it's very, very important. At this time, let's go ahead and move on to item number 12. 11, which is a resolution to change the Public Safety Advisory Committee, and I'll go ahead and say the acronym PSAC, to the Advisory Committee Advancing Public Safety, ACAPS. And this is a resolution for first reading. We've received a request from the PSAC committee to make this change. So would someone like to introduce the resolution for first reading?
Sure, I would.
Okay, Councilmember Pope.
To introduce for first reading a resolution to amend, can you hear me? Is it working? Yeah. A resolution to amend resolution number 923 to rename the Public Safety Advisory Committee to the Advisory Committee Advancing Public Safety, ACAPS.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's for first reading, so that will come up at a subsequent council meeting for further discussion. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get... Oh, did someone have a question?
No. I'm just saying, I'm not surprised that this is coming up. And I have to, I agree. I think our past acronym is a little, you can read it this way and that way. So I think this is actually a good idea the Public Safety Advisory came up with, and I like it. So that's why I wanted to make sure I do the first reading. So I endorse it.
Okay.
I am, which I have not been there last month.
Let's move to the next section of the agenda, which is other business. And this next item number 12, is an authorization for the city manager to approve the Axon contract. It's a renewal. So this is a request from our police department regarding the second year of our contract with Axon Enterprise. As you recall, back August of 2024, The council approved a 5-year contract extension with Axon for critical public safety technology that includes the body-worn cameras, the in-car systems, the digital evidence management, and related services, as well as the tasers. So the technology, it serves our community pretty well, just in terms of improving transparency, the body cameras, accountability, and the evidentiary integrity of our police department's work. So tonight we're being asked to authorize the city manager to execute payment for the second year. When we passed the approved the 5-year contract, we stipulated that we would each year kind of look back before the payment was made. There's a number of reasons for this. But these funds, so they're allocated and approved in the approved budget, the 2026 budget. So there's continuity, but it's pretty straightforward contract administration, just going ahead and looking at this. And City Manager Salmarone, would you like to make any statement in regard to the contract and the renewal or the approval of the funding, actually?
Mr. Mayor, I think you covered it all. I don't think I could do any better introduction than what you just stated. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So at this time, could somebody move for the approval to make a motion, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. I move that is that working? Okay, sorry. I move that council authorize the city manager to approve the Axon contract renewal with the police department, let's see, for 2 years with a total contract price of $141,382.88. And this is authorizing that the city manager execute year 2 of the contract, which has already been allocated in our budget.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Pope has seconded. Hey, is there any discussion, any questions? Yes, Councilmember Fritz.
Yes. So this is, obviously over the past decade, this has been a very dynamic area of. This has been a very dynamic area of public debate. And Axon is a very large company. I am curious, are there other players in this field that you encountered when you were doing research? Because they do seem to be the primary vendor that I've seen in almost all the agencies that I've worked with, and I'm curious if there are other vendors that provide these services, or if it's kind of Axon is the main one that cities are using.
There are other vendors. When we were looking at this last year in 2024, as the mayor referenced, that we were looking at a new provider, new systems, and this is what we settled on. And it's a 5-year agreement with 1-year renewals every year. So there are other options. We are committed to this system for the next for a 5-year period. And I think when the time's due to do an RFP or a new system, I think it's worth considering all the vendors that are out there. But I think in terms of the technology, they are the largest player, and I think they have a big market share. What we like about it is that it integrates with all of our system. It's the audio and the video cameras from both the vehicle and the body-worn camera, so it's an integrated system.
And then just one more question. A resident messaged me right before this meeting about neighbors who are concerned about the city of Hyattsville getting flock cameras. Does the city currently use any flock cameras, or has there been any looking into that, just for the record?
Well, Chief Bowers is on the line. I don't know if he would. Do you want to respond to that? Or
Yeah, I think it's a bit outside of the scope of the contract. We're not acquiring any new technology. Every technology that we have acquired, we've brought it to council and made presentations. The other surveillance systems that council has approved is the license plate readers.
I have a comment, I guess. This contract, it's a large company, but they are, I suppose, they're the leading provider. And when the chief came to us in the past, he sort of framed it as sort of a package arrangement for a lot of other municipalities. The storage, the storage for the data and whatnot is a major cost. And by them packaging this, they are including unlimited storage for the video and whatnot, and that's pretty expensive from what I understand. Chief Bowers, are you there? Did I describe that correctly? The packaging of this, the bid, the contract is, the online storage is actually a major cost component? Right, right. Thank you so much. And when you were looking at acquiring the bid, you probably looked at other vendors, but because it's all packaged together, it was more. It was the best proposal that was out there. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, we do have a question from the public. Sir, please.
Thank you. If I recall correctly, this is a 2-year contract extension for 141 plus K.
Can you make sure you speak into the mic?
If I recall reading correctly, this is $141,000 plus contract for 2-year extension.
It's a 1-year extension on
One-year
year
extension.
2.
Looking further in the documentation, there's reference to what was paid in past years and projection of what will be paid in forthcoming years. And I'm just curious, the invoice in December 2025 was 141,3 something. 26 is 115,716 something. And projected in 27 is 152,919.73 something. And December 28, 159. Is this a continually progressing amount of money increased in costs for each extended year of the contract? And I would personally like to hear the chief, if given the opportunity, to talk about the other particulars that are included in this contract. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, it's common that a lot of contracts have an inflation adjustment cost, and that's what this contract includes. So you'll see that escalator number increasing for 26, 27, and 28, which would be the final year, and the final contract of that would, the final invoice is expected to be $159,036.51. What we negotiate these terms so that we anticipate what is going to be the ongoing cost multiple years out. So next year, as we're looking at the budget and the renewal, we're not at the table negotiating what number we're talking about. We know what to expect. As for the other technologies that the question from Mr. Orleans, the other technologies are what the chief mentioned, which are the tasers, the interview room, and so on.
Okay, yeah, it was the body-worn cameras, the in-car systems, the digital evidence management, and the tasers as well. So several components. So if there are no further questions, no further discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote. I believe this is just a simple all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The measure passes. Thank you so much. Hey, next up, we have an allocation of $5,000 to the Recreation Financial Assistance Fund from Council Grants Miscellaneous. So, Councilmember Pompey, you had proposed this funding to come from line 99, which is the miscellaneous grants line under the advisory board and contribution section of the budget. So, would you like to, say anything?
Sure. When I was meeting with my regular meeting with Josue last week, it was brought to my attention that we currently have a scholarship fund for residents seeking to use our recreation facilities, and that there's been so much need this year that fund is already down to $100, and camps, registration for camps began today. Obviously $100 is not going to be enough to support all of our families who need support. And it's really, really, summer camp is just really, really critical for working families. They need to have access to summer camp. We already have some of the most affordable summer camps, which I think is great. And, these financial assistance funds, there's already pretty strong guardrails around who gets them. Only Greenbelt residents. It's need-based. There's a maximum amount per family that people can apply for. So I just think that in the interest of, helping so many of our families who are in hardship right now, that, that's why I'm bringing this to council. So my motion would be to allocate $5,000 from the council grants miscellaneous account to the Recreation Department's Financial Assistance Fund.
Second.
Hey, Councilmember Pope has seconded. I do have a question. I appreciate the need. This line item in the budget is allocated under advisory boards and miscellaneous. So its purpose, the reason why it was put there was primarily to help with advisory board requests or actually unanticipated needs. So I'm just wondering, with the budget in the past, how much money did we allocate for the scholarship, and which line item was it in, and how much have we given out? Certainly there are so many needs in the community, but I was wondering, have we given out more grants than in the past? Is this something people could contribute to, or what? I'm just wondering the context of how this came up.
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do allocate funding for financial assistance every year. This year we allocated $8,500, and we've had a lot of uptake in the first half of the year. We had 42 requests, and we spent to what Councilmember Pompey, we're down to $150, and that doesn't include the winter classes subsidies that have yet to be allocated out of the program. So that's going to dip it to zero or in the negative after that's said and done. So the additional money is really for the summer camps that started today, and we anticipate families asking for financial assistance. That was your three questions. How much we've allocated?
I was asking because we're going into the budget season, so this fund is actually in the Recreation Department budget?
Yes. And it's something we budget every year. There are contributions that we received, and the team made me aware Friday because actually I was speaking with Greg, just checking in, and Mr. Varda, and we were talking about the camps opening today, right? It's part of our check-in, making sure that we're prepared to open camp registrations. And this issue, as they were running the numbers, they discovered that we are actually out of financial assistance funds. So the question was raised to me is, okay, what are we going to do come Monday, which is today? Are we going to allow folks that need financial assistance to hold the spot until they figure out how to pay for the camps? Or are we going to make a financial commitment? And so from a registration perspective, it makes it a difficult situation for us to hold seats because our camps, many of them have wait lists. So are we going to hold positions that we don't know whether the families can afford to pay for them? And put people on wait list and work our way down the wait list, or are we able to secure funding to be able to provide financial assistance so those families that are ready to register and move forward with the registration and make payments, that they can fulfill a slot in the registration of whatever camp they're picking. And that way we have some certainty for those Greenbelt families, and this is for Greenbelt families, that they will be secured a spot in summer camp versus holding on to a spot or not being able to make a commitment to folks, and then having a shuffling of camp registrations happening. And we thought it would be prudent, and thank you, Councilmember Pompey, when the timing of your arrival for a meeting was great timing on all of our parts that we happened to be discussing, and Councilmember Pompey very generously stated that she supported us finding the money. And in our budget right now, in just the operating budget, both for recreations, administration, and public works, it makes it challenging because we made so many cuts that we know we don't have a lot of flexibility. We've had repairs and incidents that come up that have taken up some money. So later in the year, we're going to have to figure out to move resources around. So a good example is the recirculation pump that cost us $6,000 for that, for the pool. That's an expense we obviously budget for maintenance and repairs throughout the year, but there are some things like sizable things that we're not expecting. So there's this, and speaking of the opportunities, well, the grants and miscellaneous funds that are there is money that hasn't been allocated yet. And last year, council used
Chairs for the seniors last year with some of the money.
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
yeah.
We did, and that was there was significant conversation about that use of those funds. So I don't think we will come back with a similar request. But there are other subsidies that council provided at this fund. Last year, at the last week of the year, council allocated the remaining funds that were in this account towards rental subsidy, and that goes directly to help people. I think from a past usage, you allocating this money to help families secure a spot in summer camps is in line with how you've used the funds in the past, directly helping people.
Well,
But
so how much, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Pope, how much money is left in that fund?
$36,500 that were allocated in the fund, and this would be I believe the first one this year. We had a timing issue last year when we made the award of the Serve Safe grants that we encumbered money from last year. That course will take place in March due to timing issues. But other than that, that's the only expenditures that have been expensed to this account.
Okay, and I don't want to be a stickler about this. I just wanted to bring up, if this is something that is budgeted for, then you'll have to increase the amount of funding that is available next year for the Recreation Department scholarships, if that's a line item in that budget. With this council, the advisory board, and miscellaneous grants, we use that to help establish a fund that helped the Afghan immigrants. It's a group that came into existence. In the past, we've helped out the Boys and Girls Club, and I believe we helped the City Stars one year. So it was sort of focused on specifically the advisory groups. This is really important, but I'm just trying to, from a budgeting standpoint. Ms. Pope.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I think we always had a recreation and financial assistance fund. We've always, I think, made sure that we have extra money in the budget for the assistance that our families needed, not just for summer camps, but for all our recreational programs. I just would like to, if something like this comes up, I would like this to be shared with all council members immediately, because I think there's more than one council member that would, or there's the majority of council members here will support this, of course, because we all know how large the need is. And summer programs are important. Yes, I agree. So I just want to make sure that this information gets shared maybe more quickly, because this, but of course, I'll support this absolutely.
And I'll reiterate that every year we do put funding for financial assistance. This year, I'm looking at the numbers. Last year, we assisted 49 families. Year to date, we're at 42 already, and we're not through the entire year. So I think the need is increasing, and
Do this every year. This should be this. If we're given 5,000 now, so that should be automatically be in the next budget as well.
so we do $8,500. That's what has been in the budget, and this year we have run out of those funds earlier than expected.
To increase it.
Yes, and I think it also means making a cut somewhere else, right? Last year we cut training dollars, we cut the $5,000 for the senior programs. There's just a limited pool of funds. We're making difficult decisions. So yes, I plan on putting more here, but that means that we'll have to balance it somewhere else.
Well, and I think that's okay, and I think we're going to have to take a hard look once we go through the budget together and have our work sessions. And we may find some ways of, some programs may not be as successful, or so I'm sure we're going to work this out. But I just want to make sure that this type of program, if we know that there is a great need, it needs to be increased, that we're aware of that, and that we're aware of it, kind of like that we're all on the same page.
Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember McKinney.
I think the other aspect of it is that we know the budget is going to be tight next year, but I think we also should look into the idea of finding community organizations that would support this sort of scholarship and finding outside money potentially rather than trying to fit more into it. I mean, this seems to me like sort of an emergency situation since camp's starting today, and it sounds like this just came up on Friday, so it's not actually a big gap in time, Ms. Pope, since it was came up on Friday. But I think we need to be conscious of this is something I think we could get support from community groups for, and it doesn't all have to be on the city doing it.
Councilmember McKinney.
So I know that we found out about this on Friday. How often are people tapping into the fund? And so I'm just trying to understand how far out we actually could have looked to see that we were this close. So to only find out on Friday that we only had $100 left, that seems like a bit of a miss. Like especially if people were asking for the past couple of weeks. So I'm just trying to understand the timeline so that we can be better prepared next time. So is there a time period that we can look like each month, this is where we're at, so that we know how much more we have left in the bucket?
Yes, and now I heard it for the first time on Friday, as we're prepping for the summer camp. So I'll task the team to run a monthly report. Now, even if we would have found earlier, I think that we'll be at the same place, that the only unallocated expenses that I have to pull from will be to ask council from this pot of money.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a follow-up question? So we're at the start of camps opening up, right? So we had how much in the line item prior to only having $100 left? And when was that used?
We budgeted $8,500 for the beginning of for the entire year, and our fiscal year began July 1st. So there are folks that right, and we also use the funds to cover winter classes, and those happen just through the fall and winter session, and those are the variety of classes that we offer and through the recreations programs.
And are those typically targeted for all residents or for youth and kids?
We offer programming for all generations, so we have some classes that are specific for children, like the ballet programs, other arts classes, but there are also classes just for seniors, and there are classes that are intergenerational. But the financial assistance primarily children and
Okay,
families.
so if this $5,000 gets approved and allocated, will it only be for summer camp, or will it be more broadly open to cover potentially people other residents who might be looking for assistance for other classes?
The request from Mr. Vardo on Friday was summer camp specific. So it will be specific for summer camps, which are all children.
Okay, so then you'll have to track that as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Niesel.
I wanted to really call out what Mayor Pro Tem Weaver said about getting outside forces or outside organizations to donate. We also have a line on I registered my kids for summer camp through Greenbelt today. And we do have a line on every registration form that you can donate to the Send a Kid to Camp Fund. However, we're then asking the same population that might be requesting assistance. So I would love to see if there were more opportunities to ask the community for help or other organizations entirely. And then just to Councilmember McKinney's point about being better prepared next year, I want to give so much grace to City Manager Salmeron and all of us for preparing the budget that we did not know at this point that we would have 30% of our workforce out of work for a period of time, maybe really, really struggling to make ends meet, and then having the cost of summer camp, which comes up in February, on top of all of that. So we can't control for everything, and I'm really, really thankful that we can make this little plug in a hole with the funds that we have thoughtfully set aside for this exact purpose.
It's not the exact purpose, but I guess in this case, it's close enough. Yeah.
Sorry, just my opinion.
So if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. That's going to bring us to item number 14, which is legislative review. We're going to look at some state and county bills. And Councilmember Pompey, you've been working with me and working with Tim George and City Manager Salmeron and our legislative contractors. So during our work session on February 2nd, we did a quick cut, an initial review of bills affecting Greenbelt's interest. So tonight, to make our discussion more efficient, we agreed to use we got a consolidated bill tracking document, which was referenced in the packet, rather than looking at the full legislative summaries for each bill. And we talked about doing this on the 2nd. So the tracking system provides our contractors a way to kind of insert their priorities, but we have to kind of mix them with what we've talked about doing. Councilmember Pompey? Can we bring the list? It's about 4 pages. And what we had in the packet were bills that we were going to support, bills that we were going to monitor. The session is moving ahead. It's still relatively early, so the committee work that's going on, in some cases our support would make a great deal of difference. In a lot of cases, it really wouldn't make a lot of difference at this time. But our contractors are providing us with the information that we need. And in addition, the Maryland Municipal League, their legislative committee, is deliberating and posting bills that they support with amendment, no position. And our Jake Davis, former council member and mayor, is able to sit in on those sessions, and she's supplied some additional information. So everybody got the list, and I'm thinking that if there's just a way that we can kind of, and Mayor Pro Tem, you suggested this, if there's a way we can just kind of vote on the ones that we support, that would help to expedite the discussion. But Councilmember Pompey, go ahead.
I'm just looking at the list, and there are some inconsistencies here.
Yes.
For example, HB 0026, that was not one that we had flagged for support.
What is that? Oh, that's the open enrollment?
Yeah, that's not something we flagged for support.
Okay. That's a county bill, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't have a lot of local. I mean, it's just it's not a bad bill.
Right.
It's just not something that we're necessarily going to want to weigh in on. But I guess we could just go through. Is that what you would like to do, Mayor Pro Tem, and voice support, or?
Why don't we go through the ones, read them off And as we are looking through, if there's an inconsistency or if one of us has a comment, and mostly we're just trying to look at the ones that are coming up for consideration in a committee in the next week as soon as possible so that we can still have a little time to possibly send a letter or to take action. But by supporting them now, we will be in a position to do so. So why don't you go ahead and read through each one.
Okay. It's really little on my screen. So
It's very small text.
Just give me a little grace here, guys. So I'm going to skip by HB 0026 because that's not one that we had discussed or asked to prioritize. So HB 0032, local law enforcement vehicles requirements requiring AEDs. And I don't see that this has come up for a vote yet. But this was something we were monitoring because it could have a significant cost here to the city, and we may want to offer an amendment on that.
Yeah, we've already got the AEDs, so the amendment would be to try and get state support or some funding in the bill to help local jurisdictions continue
Correct.
to use
To either help local jurisdictions or to amend the bill in such a way that it's not required in every vehicle, it's only required in a certain percentage of vehicles per shift or something like that. So that way, because these things cost over $3,000 each, so to equip every vehicle.
They wanted that for each vehicle, right? Yeah, that.
I mean, not that's a great idea.
No,
but
it's a wonderful
just,
idea, but yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, and that's what I was going to say is I think one thing that might help is for some of these that we talked about supporting with amendments, if we can adjust the spreadsheet to include that. Although I don't know, the spreadsheet is already getting so long that it's so tiny, it would make it even smaller. So that's a problem. But I guess that's one of the things that I was thinking about is in terms of, but it's just so small.
Glasses, it's a little challenge.
But that would be helpful. It might make the spreadsheet even more unreadable, but it would to have those notes. But I'm wondering if as a process sort of thing, if we want to vote on each one as we go, and for example, this one with amendments, and then just keep doing those votes as we go along.
We could do it that way. It's going to take a little bit longer than trying to just kind of go doing them in bulk.
Well, I'm not sure it will, but because if we're going to discuss all of them, if we do just a quick vote after we discuss each of them.
Councilmember Poe.
So we've got the report on these, right? The ones that we're watching and the one that we want to. So we we should already have an idea. So I mean, is anybody here that is not in agreement maybe with one that we were trying to support? Maybe go in that route, because otherwise I think this is a lot.
I don't think it needs to take very long though, because if we just go through them quickly.
Okay, I can go through. I'll read them off, and then if anyone has questions, just sort of tick the bill you have questions on, and we'll circle back. Does that work?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, local regulatory powers, regulation of the tree of heaven, which is an invasive species and would give us the ability to manage that. Sorry, again, it's very small. HB 0071, Maryland Medical Assistant Program, Psychiatric Rehabilitation Program Services Reimbursement, Youth Psychiatric Rehabilitation Parity Act, so this is for youth mental health. HB 0079, Climate Solutions Affordability Act, which is intended to reduce emissions and address household cost impacts through different programs and incentives. HB 0091 has to do with pesticides and pesticide prohibitions. HB 0092, beverage containers connected with plastic rings, restriction on their sale. HB 099, municipalities annexed land use and density. HB 153 with a cross-filed Senate bill, residential apartments air conditioning requirements, requiring apartments to
They have
provide air conditioning.
Right.
HB 0197 cross-filed with Senate Bill 0118 Comprehensive Community Safety Funding Act, which would create a fund to support violence prevention and safety initiatives, which is something we talk about very much in the city. HB 0224 and 097 is reentry and reintegration support programs. Again, this is the violence prevention program for people reentering society. HB 0331, Maryland Beverage Container Recycling and Refund Litter Reduction Program. This is the bottle bill. SB 0236, we've already submitted a letter on that one, by the way. SB 0236 is election law, and this is what Mr. Anderson was talking about earlier today. HB 0010 has to do with legal advertisement and legal notice of publication in newspapers or newspapers in general circulation. And that's a monitor. So we're,
Right,
I'm
it's a
sorry.
monitor, right.
Sorry, I
So
moved into
that's-
monitor.
okay.
I can't fit the whole thing on my screen, so I apologize. I went a little overboard
Okay,
here.
well, why don't we stop at that point
Yes.
and see if there are any questions or comments on any of these bills. Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pine, thank you for reading the list. Just to summarize, of all the bills that you listed are in the support category, with the exception of the first two that are not support monitoring, which is the HB 0026 and HB 0032, which is offer an amendment. That's the AED in every police vehicle.
Right.
All others are support.
Okay.
Correct.
And we actually already voted to support the bottle bill, so that we don't need to vote on that one again.
Okay, well, we can take a motion and a second, then we can have some discussion, and if there's anyone here in the room or online that has comments, we can certainly incorporate them. Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that council offer support for the bills I enumerated shortly ago.
And I'll second that. Now, in doing so, we have to appreciate that bills change, they're amended over time. Sometimes the original intent changes completely. So in doing this support, it's kind of contingent, just focused on right now where we're at in the process.
Of course.
So I want to be clear about that. And so, Jay Davis, you had your hand up?
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. I guess the question is going to be, once you vote to support, what are you actually going to do about it? Just simply writing a letter is easy to do. Does staff write the letter, or does council write the letter? Because that's more work for staff. This is something that MML and every legislative committee I've ever been on is choose wisely. Rather than trying to do everything in support, make sure that what you choose is really something that Greenbelt needs. And first of all, does it have more than one sponsor? Because sometimes some of these bills are simply bills that a sponsor puts in to make it look good when it's election year. And he has no intention, or she has no intention, to push it. It's just there so she can, or he can say, see, constituents, this is what I did for you. And it has no power if it's only one sponsor. Also check to see if it's co-filed, cross-filed. Because if it's only in the House, that means it has to cross over to get into the Senate, and a lot of times those bills don't go anywhere. So there's a lot more to it than just saying, oh, this sounds like a really great bill, but does it really help the Greenbelt residents? Is it really something that seems to have oomph behind it that people are going to support? And then also check to see if it's being sponsored by one of our own delegates or senator, because that's also good to do as well, as makes them feel good that we are watching what they're doing.
Yeah, well, thank you. Those are great suggestions. We've actually incorporated most of them into our thinking. Having two contractors assisting us with legislative affairs allows us to do a number of things. They actually provide a draft, which we will tweak and contour to council's approval. And the act, what we're going through now by designating bills that we support puts us in a position where we can respond more quickly if there's a hearing coming up, if we want to do a letter, and you know, if we want to actually go down and testify, because testifying can be very, very impactful, particularly on these bills where the Maryland Municipal League is not really involved, but or the city might have a different perspective on things. Of course, we don't want to conflict with the Maryland Municipal League, but so we're working on this new process, and it's coming along pretty good. But you know, these bills, they do have to have enough legs to them to make it out of committee, and they do need to be cross-filed. So, you know, we're looking at the sponsors. We're getting good intelligence from our contractors and from Mr. George and from us as individuals. So thank you so much for those comments. They are very, very helpful.
I have
Yes, council member, please.
I do have one addition. It seems like the good cause eviction bill never made its way back up to, because that was a new bill. Like it hadn't, when we had our conversation on last week, that bill had just been introduced that day. So.
Do you have the bill number?
HB
there was
709
there
is
was a
what is,
question
well,
on the
that was,
spreadsheet
yeah,
there.
I guess
There's
that's
a
what we
question.
thought it was.
There's a-
Yeah, it's 709. So I'd like to amend my motion to include that as well.
And I'll take that as a friendly amendment. So, yeah.
Yes,
Member
sorry.
Member Tim?
Other two that I wrote down from our discussion last week that we talked about supporting that I think didn't made it on the monitor list was the speed monitoring and safety corridors. That's HB 256.
I made a comment about that.
Brought that up.
Yeah, I did make that up.
Yeah. So I would offer an amendment. Well, I guess can we have a second amendment on there if it's a friendly?
We're just talking about the ones that we support and not so
Yeah, I
much
think
about
so.
the.
We have that on as monitor, right?
Right, but what I had noted on our conversation last week that was one we wanted to potentially support. And the other one that I had written down was HB 254, the Supporting Inclusive Community Adaptation Act. That's the other one that I had written down that I thought we had talked about supporting. What did I say? HB 254.
254?
Yeah.
Is there a is that just in the House?
I'm not
or in the
actually
committee?
seeing it on this list.
250.
Yeah, it's not on this list at all. It doesn't look like. I don't have the Senate bill number.
Okay.
But so I would propose we add this. I mean, if we want to, we did talk about supporting the speed monitoring one.
Sorry to, pardon my
Yeah.
interruption. SB 0010 is the number of that bill. And I believe one of the reasons that Mr. Mayor brought that up was that it's sponsored by our Senator
Yeah.
Washington, correct?
That's
Does that sound right?
But it's
Yeah.
not on the list, right?
It's at the very bottom. If you go down to page 4, we had asked Mr. George towards the end of the meeting just to please add all of the bills that were being sponsored by our delegates and our senator, just so that we could
Yeah. So we could support.
be aware of them, support them if they need us to support them.
Yeah, but where's the bill? I don't
So
know.
it's SB 0010. I think I had the House bill number.
5 of the packet at the bottom.
Sorry, I know, it's so tiny, so
That's okay.
tiny.
We just need to, so,
So
Mr. City
adding-
Manager, you're capturing these, or?
Yes, I've captured the speed monitoring, the 0254, and the good cost, which is HB 0709, that we're adding to the list.
And I think actually the speed camera one is, I think, HB 256 and SB 0010.
Councilmember McKinney.
I just sent, just so we can cross-reference, at least my notes of the things that we captured from the I think we have everything based on what I'm seeing with that last one that we added. But the other question I had is we talked about potentially putting this in an Excel document.
Yeah.
And I'm not
That has happened.
It has happened.
Yes.
Okay. I don't,
That was sent out last week.
so that we can filter. So that it may be easier to look at the Excel document versus the PDF document so that we can then filter by what we said we were supporting versus not.
Okay. Uh, there's a number of county bills that are out there. Prince George's County bills. Four of them have to do with alcoholic beverage sales, setting up a new category, Class B licenses for small event centers. And there's a limited number of those licenses that are proposed. Also, there's a different category for special events. Did those make it into our spreadsheet? They were talking about them in the delegation meeting on Friday.
Thought those were
Yeah,
monitored.
they're here. They're on the
monitored.
list.
We need to check in with some of our businesses in Roosevelt Center in particular to see how they're feeling about those laws.
Those are on the list, Mr. Mayor. They're on.
Monitoring?
Yeah, they're on the monitor list on pages 3 and 4 of the actual document. So
Okay, and
I
they
do
were
see them
actually
there.
voted out of the delegation, moved forward on Friday.
That update has not been made to this particular document, but
Very good, very good.
I do trust you.
Trust you
But
too.
they are on here. They are on here.
Okay, okay. So before we take a vote, is there anybody online that has a comment, or is anybody in the room? I see Mr. Orleans has his hand up.
Nobody has their hand raised online.
Okay, Mr. Orleans? And all these materials were captured in they're in the packet, the longer packet that's available to the public.
Thank you. When we discussed this last, I cannot recall if it was 2 weeks ago or last week, there was a spreadsheet that was inclusive of more introductions than this one. HB 78, which is of interest to me, I think it should be of interest to everyone else as well, but was included, but it's not included tonight. And I'm aware that council or some on council are meeting with Mr. Carrington other than in public session and having conversations with him. It may be that this was decided among those members of council and him that it was not necessary to pursue even listing that as something potentially of interest to Greenbelt. It is, frankly, but I have no way of knowing. Also, I have a question. With all the information provided for most of these other introductions, an introduction by Delegate Healy, HB 0058, there's absolutely no information provided other than under position taken for Greenbelt to monitor that introduction. If Mr. Carrington were here, I would ask him the question directly, but since he's not here, he's meeting with you all other than in public session. I would be interested in knowing why there's no further information provided on HB 0058.
Let me see if I could answer that question. So in the meetings with the contractors, it's not really a decision-making meeting. It's more to organize the information that we're getting in order to share it with council and the public. So one thing that we talked about last week on the 2nd, was it last week, the 2nd? Was that we did want to monitor all the bills submitted by our delegation. And since Delegate Healy is a member of our delegation, we wanted to keep an eye on that bill. I'm not sure why there's not a description on the page. Do you see one? No. We'll have to fill that in. So if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote on the amended motion to support the bills listed in the packet and the additional bills that we added in there. City Clerk, can you recount those, please?
Off real quick?
Yes.
Okay. So I have HB 0032, HB 0035, HB 0071, HB 0079, HB 0091, HB 0092, HB 0099, HB 0153, HB 0197, HB 0224, HB 0331, a letter has been submitted. SB 0236, support. From Weaver, we have HB 0709, HB 0256, HB 0254, and HB 0010.
Well, thank you very much. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor?
Hold on one second, because I had brought up the supporting inclusive community, but I don't think that's actually on this list at all. Is that something we talked about it last time? Do we agree? Okay. Just one. Yes, yes, Ms. Anderson wrote the number up.
I thought you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the motion that's been friendly amendment seconded. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. So by voting to support these bills, our contractors will advise us as to the time-sensitive nature, and if a letter or testimony needs to be submitted, we can go ahead and act on that in the interim if there's not another work session or council meeting in between, and that's the reason why we're doing this. So with the bills to be monitored, are there any additional bills that we want to monitor? I know Jay Davis sent in a pretty good list of about 6 or 7 high priority bills where there's a lot of discussion through MML, and we can take those, incorporate. I don't believe they are incorporated in the list. We need to update the list, and hopefully on Friday we'll be able to by Friday we'll be able to do that. Does that seem feasible, Mr. Summerone?
If I understand you correctly, you want the items that Ms. Davis forwarded added to the list, and you want those recommendations reflected on that on the list as well?
We'll have to discuss them. I wouldn't say that we're necessarily going to accept all of MML's recommendations, but definitely
Listen
what
as to
MML has
yeah.
recommended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of monitoring those.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So
very
the
good.
takeaway, we'll add what MML is going through, their list.
Right, right. And they're meeting on a weekly basis now at this point? And and it's updated on the website. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening in and keeping us posted on that. Okay. Well, at this time, if there's no further discussion, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 15. And item number 15 is a discussion and modification of council standing rules. So during the council retreat on December 10th, 2025, council discussed proposed amendments to its standing rules. The packet includes recommendations by Mayor Pro Tem Weaver and Councilmember Pompey to the standing rules for review, modification, and potential approval and adoption. So you've put together a slide deck to kind of provide a summary of the areas of modification. Now, I have to say that for a body like this with standing rules, generally speaking, the modifications from year to year, or every 2 years, tend to be incremental, sort of with respect to the legacy, previous thinking, but also looking forward. So the proposals this year are quite a bit more substantial than we've seen in my time on council. So I just want to kind of frame that. So how would you like to proceed? You have a slide deck. We've got the document with changes printed out. And I imagine the slide deck, the PowerPoints, are they in sequential order?
Yes, they are in sequential order by the order that comes up in the standing rules. And so I would say that maybe there haven't been changes to the standing rules, but the council is substantially different than it has been prior in your tenure. So I think there's a lot of new voices here with a lot of new ideas. The way I set it up, and it may be just as easy for me to share my screen here. So the track changes are the detail ones that we talked about and that combine the proposals that Ms. Pompey had put forward during our meeting. I think that was this January 7th. the one I put together and the one that Ms. Pompey put together, and then also the proposal from Councilmember Fritz that came up during the meeting about the pledge. So what I'm thinking, and I think many of them I think are fairly straightforward, but they're set up on the slide presentation, so they're in order, so that we can vote sort of on each one by one. I think some of them may not need much discussion, some of them may need more discussion, but that's why I set it up this way. So this is sort of the gist of the text amendments, but if you want to look at all of the specific text, that is in the Word document that has the tracked changes. I would say the biggest things that are different compared to what we talked about is I asked for Mr. Salmeron's suggestions about some of the things about how the city manager should and the city solicitor could best interact if there is an issue with council behavior outside of a meeting and their investigative authority, and so he proposed some language for that. The other thing was related to like the progressive things, and we can get to that, I guess, when we get to it, but our charter actually requires us to have some things that we had talked about changing, but we can't change in the standing rules because they're in the charter. So I think those are the main things. Yeah. And I would, for this first one, I would actually propose to move Councilmember Pompey's suggestion of a time limit of 2 hours and an incremental increase of 15 minutes. And so I will put forward her proposal on this first one.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your? Would you like to speak to your motion?
What I'm hoping is that we had all this conversation on the 7th, that we don't need to. That most of these we don't need to talk about a lot. We can just go ahead and vote.
Well, I'm just offering you the opportunity to speak on your proposal. I think I saw Ms. Pope first. I don't. Were you first?
No, go ahead, Daniel. Go ahead.
I was actually going to offer a friendly amendment maybe to this one. That's a combination of the two. I'm wondering if we might be able to have the time limit of 2 hours, but with the half-hour segment be voted on to extend for the half-an-hour segment. So basically a combination of option 1 and number 2. Does that make sense? So regular meetings shall have a time limit of 2 hours, and if the meeting is to go beyond that point, there must be a vote of a majority of council to extend the meeting a half-an-hour segment. So instead of it being 15-minute segment, be a half-an-hour segment.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment if Councilmember Pompey is okay with that.
Sure.
Councilmember Pompey, are you okay with that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Pope.
Yeah, I think there's quite a large amount of changes, a significant amount of changes in this document, and I think we do need to talk about. And I was not here on January 7th, my apologies, but there's just a few things that I made notes of, and when we get there, I will speak to them at that point, right? And like you stated, well, there's a large amount. You know, the council has changed, but it doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater either. So be disrespect, you know, and try, and I think we have to respect what we've been working on, what we've been working off. I think this is a very important document, and it has worked. So to this first one, I would like to say, I was always the first one saying these meetings are too long. I agree with that, and I have no problem with a time limit. I think we're going to have to limit it. I totally agree with that. But my idea was that we setting a time limit of 3 hours, yeah? Instead of saying 2 hours and then we have to vote on another 30 minutes and then we're going to vote again for another 30 minutes, because this is what's going to happen, right? Because I think anything less would be insufficient to really conduct some of the business that we are responsible for and that we have to discuss. And I hate to be rushing through it. And this is just speaking from experience for long meetings. And I sure don't want to shortcut anybody or, you know, cut somebody off when they're speaking, or they feel our residents feel like they're not being heard. So I think that's why the 2 hours seemed very short to me. So my suggestion would be 3 hours. Try to stick to the 3 hours, and then if need be, extend it.
I'm not going to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Please go
Well,
ahead.
but was that a motion, though?
It's Mayor Pro Tem.
That was
You're
just,
out of order.
I just figured we'd talk about it, so, you know.
I guess I assumed that was a motion to amend it.
Well, then I make that a motion that we're doing 3 hours.
Okay, so do you, that's a friendly amendment. Do you
No,
accept
I'm
that?
not accepting that as
Okay,
a friendly
very good.
amendment.
Very good.
But we need a second first.
Of course not.
We can still vote on it.
Oh, of course, but
Well, no, I'm not accepting. I'm happy to have it as an amendment, and if you want to vote on it.
of course, I'm going to lose that fight right now. I can tell already. So, but I'm going to give it a try anyways.
I haven't heard a second.
A second, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Please. Okay, all in favor of the, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna. I was just engaged if there's interest in calling the question. So
You want to cut me off already?
We're going to vote on the amendment. Yeah.
I think we're talking
right?
about the overall topic, and I think that I'm not trying to cut off debate. I'm just we have to at some point make a decision.
Well, when you call the question, you cut off debate.
Well, let's go ahead and take a vote on Ms. Pope's amendment, and that was to change the time limit to 3 hours with half-hour increments, and it was seconded. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
I'm going to vote against it. I think 2.5 hours would be good, which was one of the proposals, actually.
Now it's last day.
Okay, so we're back to the motion, which is 2 hours with half-an-hour increments. I worry that, realistically, that in some cases that's not going to be a lot of time. And I think the point about making sure that our residents don't feel rushed is a good point. So of the two options, but I also agree that the 15-minute extensions isn't really enough time. I like the 2.5 hours with the half-an-hour increments personally. Is there any additional comments? So the motion, though, is 2 hours with half-an-hour segments. Urgent items need to be prioritized, and any other items would be tabled to a future meeting, and this is for meetings. So if there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I'll vote no on this. But it passes, so that's 2 hours, half-an-hour increments. Let's move on to the next slide or the next section.
So this one is adjusting, so I moved to adjust the way council is sworn in to match the procedure that we used this year, which is that all of council is sworn in together so that we are officially on council, and then the mayor is selected, and then the mayor takes the second oath after that role. This is the way we did it this last time, and I think it always bothered me that we did an action of selecting mayor before we'd actually been sworn in. And this, I think, also it's kind of nice, I think, since we are all elected equally, then that we are all sworn in equally, and then we select who is going to be mayor. So I move this adjustment to section 1, subsection 3, paragraph B.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Niesel has seconded. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah, it does pass. It's unanimous. Next section.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ms. Pompey wants to introduce these.
Sure. So these had to do with council meetings and deconflicting work sessions from advisory board and committee meetings, because there are meetings. There's at least one Wednesday every month where there are council members who are not able to attend their advisory committee meetings because they have to come to a work session. I was just I move that we should not schedule work sessions for times when council members have advisory boards or committee meetings.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion? Yes, council member.
So in theory, I like this because I'm a council liaison for one of the committees that there is an overlapping work session every month. but I was trying to think realistically about how this would actually work. For example, there may be times when a committee or a board cancels. So just this week, we've had several of our meetings get rescheduled for APB. So if we're looking, a month and 2 and 3 months out for our work sessions, that means that we haven't scheduled a work session based on the fact that we're supposed to have an APB meeting on that Wednesday. But now we're not having those meetings. And so those could have been work sessions that we could have actually held. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't know how realistic that is unless we are able to say something like not all work sessions should not be scheduled during any advisory boards, but maybe there's one Wednesday a month or something like that.
Yeah.
Be a little bit more specific
Yeah,
for
think that's
those
great.
two instead of it being all advisory boards and
It
committees.
is a specific Wednesday, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. It's
So
just,
maybe we just add that. It's like the third Wednesday?
no, I think it's the second or the fourth.
Okay.
I think PRAB may be different. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pope?
So I'm just wondering, most of the meetings start, I think it's 7, right? Advisory board meetings. So if we could maybe move our work session maybe up half an hour, like to 8 p.m., so that would give the council member at least 1 hour to attend that meeting. Because I think if there are any questions from the committee, I think the first hour should provide enough time to answer those questions if need be. We also have a staff liaison at most committees as well that can relay some issues. But instead of canceling altogether, maybe we should just say, okay, let's move our meeting maybe up half an hour. Because I'm just fearful that if we're doing that, we're having so many meetings and work sessions already. I'm just concerned that we're going to fall behind, and then we're going to have to add a meeting, and we got to add another work session, and we're gonna spin like hamsters in a wheel because we just can't fit everything in our schedule.
I have a comment, and it has to do with the role of a council member, a liaison, in an advisory board. And as mayor, I don't really have any advisory boards where I'm serving as a liaison, but in the past, the 3 terms that I served as mayor pro tem, I served on APB and I worked with PRAB. So as a council member, as a liaison, the role is to be there to respond to questions, to carry information back to council sometimes, a question. But it's not as much to actually be an active participant in the advisory board. Those are resident advisory boards. So to the extent that council members are there for the whole meeting, I mean, it's nice when it happens, and perhaps there's a way that we could always be cognizant, like with the principals meeting for ACE. That's something that that I would have liked to have attended, and so certain meetings I can see that. But I think that this change sort of leaves the door open. Council members, we're not on the advisory board. We are liaisons, and there's a difference, I think. So that's a comment that I wanted to share. I didn't. We've got a member of the public who wants to speak on this particular issue. Mr. Orleans, did you have a comment on this? The topic of discussion right now?
Sure, when I get to it. I had my hand raised to speak to the first of the part of this discussion.
No, this is not how it works.
It was not recognized, even though it was clearly visible to several members of council. It was not recognized. So I'll speak to that now. I object.
Mr. Orleans,
I
you're
object
out
to-
of order, sir.
I'm speaking to this issue, past issues, and prospective issues to be discussed under standing rules.
Sir,
More likely
you're
sitting
out of
rules.
order.
Well, I consider myself in order, Mr. Mayor. Allow me
is
to,
it
in
council's
my
will
2
that,
minutes before you have.
No. On that, and now
Well,
we're on a different.
I object to this collective decision of council. Maybe there's one of you who would like to allow the public to speak, or or maybe not. However, I'm going to speak until such time as the mayor decides to have me
Mr. Orleans.
removed, at which time.
Mr. Orleans.
Do that circus
Well,
again.
you
Oh my gosh.
Well,
But
we're
if you have a
wasting time.
comment on this
I
particular,
object to the fact that
this particular
council,
section, you're welcome
which
to speak
over the
on it.
last 2 years has met significantly less than it was previously
Sir,
required
yes,
to do
point of
so,
order.
I move that we call the
accepted
question.
compensation
Okay,
more
is there a
so than
second?
was in the city charter, and is
Second
now
to call the
attempting to
question?
change the
Yes.
nature of
Okay,
council
that's
meetings.
not debatable.
regular-
So all in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the
I'm
question is
standing right
called.
here, sir.
So
I'm standing
the
right here,
motion,
sir.
thank you, sir. So the motion on the table right now,
I would like
it
to be
was
able to
amended.
continue
Could you please repeat the amendment? I believe wasn't an amendment.
Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
please go ahead.
we can let Mr. Orleans speak before the final vote of the standing rules. I feel like that might be a time for him to share his comments. But but if he wants to, if you want to comment on the standing rules before our final vote, I feel like that would be appropriate. But I don't think item by item is going to be an appropriate way to solicit feedback.
Okay, is that the will of? Is that a motion? No?
Yeah, I move to let him speak before the final vote.
Does that apply to all resident comments?
I think that yeah, we have to enforce that fairly. So yes, because we can't if we there's a lot of items we have to get through. We need to consider this, but you know, if you want to comment on bank, and these were made available to the public ahead of the meeting.
And they were all discussed at the work session.
So
on the
we've got a
7th.
motion and a second. So all in favor, please say.
Someone might inquire if it's the will of Mr.
We're voting
Orleans.
on limiting the comments from the public to the end of this agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question. In addition to Ms. Davis.
Well, there's a
If
motion,
council
and
is
it's
going to
so
be
we do
voting
have to
approve
we do
changes
have
to the
allow
standing rules,
discussion on
it's
the
a moot
question unless you
point
want
to
to call the
say
question.
after they've all
I'm
been
not
approved or not, the public may speak.
Yeah, please.
We actually are approving these changes, but we still actually have to put forward a resolution to actually amend the standing rules. So there will be another opportunity before final approval because these are we're voting on these changes so they can be incorporated into the standing rules, but we still actually have to put forward the standing rules via a resolution. That's the way we've done it in the past. I would also point out that we did talk about all of these at the work session on the 7th, and I believe Mr. Orleans was present at that meeting
And
as
I
well.
objected to what
Miss
what I heard
Davis,
then
did you have
as
a comment?
well.
If you step
I
to the
will accept the
microphone.
compromise such as it is, but
We're voting
still a
on
moot point
limiting
as
public
council is
participation.
approving
The
prospectively
question hasn't
changes to
been
the standing
called
rules.
on that.
It's a,
Putting it at the end
Putting
of
it
the
at the
session.
end.
Ms. Davis?
it's objectionable that the public may not
Ms.
speak
Davis?
to them individually.
Sure. Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. I was here only for two parts of the standing rules, and to have me wait until the very, very end so that I could speak, and you've already made up your mind, is specious and ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to agree with Mr. Orleans on this for a change. Please put that in the news review. Most of these changes are good ones, and I agree with them. There's not going to be much discussion. But some of these are radical, radical changes. And to say, oh, we discussed it at a work session, or we discussed it and we put it in the public, is not appropriate. This was the evening when you were going to make a vote, and that's when people wanted to make perhaps some comments on it. I certainly had some comments that are going to come right now, and it's beginning to think that perhaps council, maybe you need to ask the question, do you really want public participation?
Okay, thank you, thank you. So let's, if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote on the proposal to allow to put public comment at the end of the agenda item as we, if we get a motion for a resolution, which I guess is the outcome of this discussion, to approve a resolution to go forward. They'll take 2 readings. But let's go ahead and vote on the proposal to place comment at the end of the meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, that passes 5-2. So on the question that was called on the work sessions being scheduled for times at advisory board meetings, first and third Monday, is that what I heard? First and third Monday?
Mm-mm.
There was no dates.
There's no day. I don't know, we talked about moving the time, we talked about, so I'm not quite sure where we are at this point.
I'm sorry, who made the original motion?
I did.
You did. And Mayor Pro Tem, did you second it, or was it Councilmember Niesel? Would you, it seems like we need a little more specificity in the motion, but I'm going to ask you, will you state the motion?
Sure. Work sessions should not be scheduled for times when council members had advisory board or committee meetings.
Okay. As a seconder, you are, yeah. Is there any further discussion?
I don't think we can.
I don't think we can.
We can't. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Did I say aye? Opposed?
No.
No. So I believe that's 4-3.
Thank you.
It said should. It could have been shall, but should. Okay, let's go on to the next section.
Sure. The next one I suggested was that we dedicate a portion of work sessions on the first and third Monday of each month to reserve maybe part of the schedule to go over the agenda and schedule review preferably at the beginning of the session. And also prioritize those work sessions for upcoming legislation or action items. So if we do have something on the agenda that needs a work session prior to being on the agenda, these would be the meetings that we would use for that. We wouldn't have to use them for that, but that would be their priority, would be to work through things that we need to work through. And then, of course, just everybody having a chance to sort of talk about what the agenda is going to be for the following meeting and what our calendar looks like. So that was the idea behind
I'll
that.
go ahead and second that. I'll make the comment. We actually tried to do that before, and it didn't quite work out. But I'll second that. Is there any additional discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. I'm actually looking at the markdown as opposed to the PowerPoint. So what's next?
Next up is that and this is a less strict requirement, but in general, work sessions should be kept to a length of not longer than 2 hours unless a longer time is needed for a specific purpose and agreed to by council. So not as strict a requirement as for meetings without requiring the vote to extend, but that in general, we try to keep work sessions to 2 hours.
Let's see, at a work session, and is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Pope has seconded. You can't take votes at work sessions, so how would you go about extending the time?
Well, I guess what I'm thinking of is that some of the types of work sessions are things like retreats or other things where you've deliberately said it's going to be for a longer period of time. So I think this is more of a guideline of with stating our intention to keep work sessions to 2 hours, but not as strictly enforced as the meetings.
Okay. Comment, Councilmember McKinney.
I'm wondering if we just need to clarify that. So in general, standard work sessions, because you went through on the next one and gave greater detail on the types of work sessions. And so to your point, like a retreat could probably go longer than the 2 hours. So do you want to keep it general, or should we just say in general standard work sessions should not be kept to that length?
I guess I was thinking that for all, because there's, I think except for retreats, most of the other the work session types outline things like town halls or meet and greets or others, those are also should be kept to no more than 2 hours. So I would argue that that saying work sessions, I'm talking about all of them, and then if we decide a retreat needs to be longer, then that's the exception. that for most of the types of work sessions we have, we should be keeping them to 2 hours, and then only if there's a reason like a retreat for 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday or something, then that's when we specifically say, okay, this work session is going to be longer because it needs to be for X reason. But so I guess I was not thinking of just standard work sessions. I was thinking of town halls and other sorts of things. That in general, we should try to keep it to 2 hours if we can.
Yeah. I have to tell you, I'm not a fan of spelling out the different types of work sessions. To me, the categories overlap a bit. And when you talk about public hearing or town hall, where there's an issue and residents want to be heard, it could be 2 hours, it could be 3 hours. You have to kind of let people speak their minds. And that's just from experience, real world issues, things will come up. So
again, unless a longer time is needed.
And so hold on. So, and also, calling out the different types, it's kind of like with the charter, starting off with all the meets and bounds and the geographical things. I just think that it's just overly cumbersome, and there may be other examples of meetings that don't fit any of these categories. So that's where I'm
We
at.
haven't gotten to that one yet.
Is there any other discussion from council? Okay, and with the motion, because I'm looking at the red line, the actual language, and I'm not sure if what's on the slide really covers the entire, the categories.
There's more that's on a different slide.
Okay. So this is for the 2-hour time limit.
Yes.
Right. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'll go along with this 2 hours. That passes. Okay, so next.
So this is the one about outlining specific types of work sessions instead of just saying standard work sessions, but also clarifying and specifying the different sorts of meetings and these were not things that I just came up with out of nowhere. It was based on the types of meetings and things that we've had in the past and trying to make it clearer what the purposes of those specific meetings are. And I did not put all of the text on this slide because it would be really small, but I think it's helpful for both new council members as well as residents to have a better sense of what's coming in a meeting and whether it's going to be a standard work session, something like our legislative review, where it's really mostly council working and maybe talking with experts, or a public hearing, which has a particular legal term, town halls, which are more about a particular topic, and so on. I think it's just really helpful to spell these things out. And I think rather than constraining us, this is not saying that we can't come up with another type of meeting that's not on this list. It's just saying, these are the types of meetings that we often have. Here are the expectations for each one. Here's council's role. Here's and different roles, because we have things, stakeholder meetings, for example, we often have like GHI sitting at the table with us. That's a different type of meeting in some senses than council just talking about legislation. So I think it is helpful to spell these things out. And I mean, if we want to pull up the exact text changes, but I did send these out. Nothing in this changed. Nobody made any comments particularly about this since it was originally presented on January 7th. So I can pull up that others page if you want to, but I didn't. Nobody emailed me saying, "Hey, I'd like this language to be different."
A council member.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and I did say the same thing pretty much. I think it's just overkill, listing out each of these. And particularly a couple of the idea of, I think a council member should always be presiding over all of these. And with town halls in particular, you've kind of called out the idea of staff-driven town halls. I just feel like as an elected official that we, council members, should always preside, even if staff is leading the town hall, more or less. That's my personal feeling. Please, go ahead.
I really appreciate the work that Mayor Pro Tem Weaver did here figuring out the different types of things that we had and then trying to define them. I think that that could be helpful both, I mean, for everyone, for us as a council, for staff as far as our expectations when we are asking things to be added to the calendar, and especially for the public, because then they go into the meeting knowing exactly what to expect from it. So I really, really appreciate these, and it does a little bit seem like overkill. And seeing everything laid out makes me think perhaps that over the next 2 years, we can figure out ways to pare these down. So maybe we're finding that, you know, certain things go together well. But I think this is a really, really great start just to try and be a little more transparent about the things that are happening here.
Okay. And don't take my comment in the wrong sense. I'm very appreciative of the time and effort that has gone into making these proposals. Let me just be clear about that. Any other, please?
Yeah, I want to echo that too. I mean, I know that Mayor Pro Tem put a lot of effort in there. I read this document 2 or 3 times, and I went through it. In general, I agree with a lot of things. It's great ideas, and it's very detailed. And I know she's talented. She's obviously very intelligent. She can do it. She has in-house counsel too, if there's questions coming up, which is always helpful, right? In this type of language and document. So I know she spent a lot of time on that, and I really do appreciate that. And I don't want you, thinking like I'm just dissing it. No, I'm in a general. I agree almost with everything. There's just 2 things that I have that is coming, but no, you did a lot of work, and you should get acknowledged for that, and I do appreciate that.
I just recall how much there was to learn coming on as a new council member and how little it seemed like some of the council rules and expectations were written down.
Yeah, no, it's true. It needs updated like everything else. You have to update and refresh, and that's what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah, please, council member.
The only one, and I think I might have mentioned this in the work session, and so I'm just going to raise it again just for further discussion, was whether or not the stakeholder meetings and maybe the standard work sessions could actually be combined. So something like standard work sessions, which could also include stakeholder meetings, because what the staff would need to do and minutes taken will need to be taken for both of them. So I was trying to look at what is done in each of the meetings and what is required in preparation by city staff and for us. And those are the 2 that did seem like there was a bit of overlap. And so if we did want to try to combine one of the categories, that might be a place where we could do that by taking some of the language that you'd still have in the stakeholder meeting one and including it into the standard work session. I'm not going to fall on my sword, but I was just trying to think about ways where we could combine.
Well, I guess my question would be, why do we need to consolidate? Why is it, I mean, it's not saying, I guess my question is, why is it better to have fewer types than when they do have distinctions between, because stakeholder meetings to me, I think GHI is the epitome of that, of where they come with their set of questions for us, we have their set of questions. That's not the way we do a standard work session. So I guess to me, my question is, what is the advantage of consolidating them rather than having them separated, even though there's overlap?
If the objective is the same, then they should be combined. But if the objectives are differentiated enough, then I'm not trying to merge just to have less. I'm just trying to say if there are similar objectives in any of these, then it would make sense to combine. So.
Other council members who've not commented, do you have some thoughts on this proposal? Here's what we can do. We can go ahead and take a vote. So I'm assuming that you're not amenable to the suggestion that...
I just think there's utility in being specific, because I think there are enough differences in the way that a stakeholder meeting needs to be addressed, that even though there are a lot of similarities, there's enough difference that it's worth separating them out.
Okay. And I'd like to take a comment from the public, but we can't do that because we voted not to do that. Oh, well.
A mischaracterization of my motion.
I'm sorry.
My-
Yeah.
We voted
My
not
motion
to,
was to say that we want to get through this because this is not a final vote on anything. We had a work session, and we are working through to get to a proposal, so that people may then review that proposal, and then we will do, after I believe 2 reads, a vote on that proposal. But we are, I think, in the second of 4 steps here. My motion was to say, Mr. Orleans said he wanted to be able to comment on every single item in order. And I said, why don't we reserve comment till the end of this section before we vote on it?
Okay, it's council's will that they keep moving, but you can hold that till the end of the session. So, all in favor? If there's no, you got additional?
So what are we voting on right now? If she
We're-
gets to speak, or if we?
No,
No, no.
on outlining the different types of work sessions.
I have no problem. Okay, let's vote on that.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, 6-1.
But I hope that Ms. Davis is able to make a short comment, because I don't think she wants to sit here till another hour.
Well, let's make it not take that long.
The idea is that we had a work session, so it doesn't take an hour.
Right.
Let's move on. What's the next slide?
The next one is the idea of these topical working groups changing the language from subcommittees at your request, Mayor Jordan, and I also added in the language that you asked for about a special project on an ad hoc and time-bound basis. The idea of this is that this is already something that actually we can do, but this again specifies it. So, for example, it's not about taking action. It's about preparing so that we can keep those meetings to 2 hours that we talked about before. Not that we're going to manage that tonight, but this specifies a structure for that and requires and outlines specifically bringing that thing back to council for a vote. And I think the other thing that I think is important about this is if a work session is held on the topic of this working group, they are the experts on that. And so they should lead the work session, prepare the agenda, lead the meeting, and then prepare the list of action items afterwards.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. So, discussion? Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is not necessarily related to this item. I'm just trying to make sure we have clarity on process, and maybe I need to ask if we need to have a different point of order. Is there a way that we can go through and review all the changes that we had in the document, presenting what you've put through so that we're clear about what we're voting on, and then allow the public to respond to everything that is in here at the end versus having, because I know there's a lot of changes in here, and maybe going item by item and having the public respond item after item might take a while. But I do think that there is merit to allowing the public to comment on all of the changes before we actually make a final vote.
Yeah, so that's.
But
not quite.
Quite. We're voting on items. We still have to do a first and a second read. I get that. But we're voting on what's going to go in there, and if we need to make changes, if we voted on it, then we're not actually able to go back and make the changes. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I believe you are correct. So it's sort of like a point of order that you're making. But we're already into the process, and we've already taken votes on the specific language that would be proposed. Now, granted, when we get through that, it would be up for first reading, and in the second reading, there would be an opportunity to discuss any element of the standing rules. And it's kind of unique because the standing rules are actually what council abides by, so the public comments very, very helpful, very instructive, but ultimately it's what we have to live by as a council. So I hear you, I heard what you said, but frankly, I don't know how we could stop at this point. Perhaps another council member has a suggestion or
Well,
Councilmember Fritz, you kind of look like you're about to say something. Councilmember Pope, you actually put your hand up, so please.
these are really substantial changes, and I do think that the public has a right to comment, right? And Councilmember McKinney is correct. There are changes made. We're voting on these, and then we're going to listen to the public in the end. Which then we're not going to be able to make any. We could, but we're probably not going to make any changes, right? Then it's going to go for first reading, and then this is so complicated, and there's so many. I think that this almost warrants another work session with including all the changes you've made. I'm not saying we are having one. I'm not. Don't get excited, but it seems a little bit. It just doesn't seem. Something is not right. Something doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah. I don't know, Councilmember Fritz, you did look like you're about to say something, would you, but Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
My motion was related to a specific incident that was going on where a member of the public wanted the ability to litigate something previously. And I felt it was not helpful to have a standoff about what we were previously had already just voted on. My motion was to try and encourage that we move forward and give everyone a chance to comment on the document at the end of this debate so that we get through it, because some things have passed and some things haven't passed, and none of these things are going into effect tonight, is the point. And I'm saying if we just I wanted to order the debate so that people could have a time to chime in, but also that we could get through this in a timely manner.
Well, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I think another thought could be if we want to adjust it to we're on slide 7 of 20. If we want to go through maybe 4 slides, allow comment, and then sort of rapid fire vote. I mean, can we do that?
Well,
Go through and have the discussion, and then just and.
It depends on what. I mean, some of these are easy, others are not, and we're definitely going to have some debate on a number of these items to answer the question. So, as far as to get back to what Councilmember McKinney said, one way, if you wanted to, stop Ms. Pope, you were not here for the work session, and someone could make a motion to table this until a time certain. So that's one option. But I'm not getting a sense that anyone wants to do that. So the only alternative really is to continue on.
I would propose that we adjust the comment process as presented by Councilmember Fritz, that we go through 4 slides, allow public comment on those 4 slides, but only on those 4 slides, and then we can go back and do a rapid fire vote on each one without further discussion. With amendments allowed, but not further discussion.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Fritz is seconded. Could you repeat that again, please?
So my proposal is we go through 4 slides at a time. We don't vote on them yet. We allow public comment at the end of those 4 slides. Then we go back and do sort of rapid fire voting with amendments, but not necessarily, but trying to not have extensive discussion the second time around. So that allows public comment in between, but also tries to get through things quickly.
Well, that was seconded by Mr. Fritz, Councilman Fritz. So I'm listening. It sounds as though with the amendments, it sounds like you don't want to have council discussion on the.
No, we do that before we do that. We can have discussion on each one, then public comment, then we go back and vote.
Okay, so that's the motion.
If the concern is about voting before we've heard from people, if we have our discussion, our council discussion on each 4, get feedback, and then we go back and vote.
Okay, is there any further council discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yeah, that passes. Okay.
Where are we now?
So we're still at we're still at the topical working groups. If anyone wants to make comments on these, slide 7. It's, yeah. So then we'll go through 4 slides, and then we'll get the comment on those 4 slides.
So you got to wait for three. You have to wait for 3 more.
Starting here, because we already voted on, we already voted on this one, right? So,
Text me a question. No, but I do have a question.
it's actually, you know, my slide numbers, those slide numbers aren't not actually at real numbers, sorry.
Councilmember Pope.
Okay, so I understand working groups, and in general, I have nothing against working groups, right? I support the occasional use when warranted. I do I don't believe working groups should become a permanent structure, though, as we all serve as council as a whole. I think working groups, the risk is that you exclude some members, some council members, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and disrupt the fair and consistent flow of information. I think that we're already facing challenges with information not being shared equally among council members, and formalizing this approach would only deepen those disparities and undermine transparency, collaboration, and public trust. So I'm not sure. Like I said, and in some occasion, I think it's good. Like Councilmember Pompey, she's doing a fantastic job with legislation. And I think somebody, I don't know, I think Emmett, you're working with Ms. Pompey as well.
Together on that.
But, if we're talking about on a constant basis, we're always doing it, I think I see some problems coming our way.
Okay. Other comments from council? I have a general comment that is going to pertain to one of the next slides, so I'll just hold that till we get down to that point. Let's keep going.
Is there anyone else on this one? The next one is about trying to standardize a little bit the comment process. And this was, I had included at the, I think it was at that work session on the 7th or previous, these were suggestions from part of this is for us, sessions from a city solicitor who gave a presentation at the fall MML, but having a better structure of a sign-in sheet so that people can sign in or indicate they want to speak. This also specifies a little bit more about how other comments so that we know, sort of get a sense of what people want to speak on, or if they're doing a general petition or request. I think this will help for planning purposes, and I think it will also help with documenting afterwards if that people's names will be written down, and so on.
Yeah, is that a motion?
Well, we're not voting, right? We're going
okay.
through and discussing
Okay.
4 items, and then we'll go back.
Yeah, I actually think that's a good idea. I will support that.
And I did specify, I think it adds in the questions at greenbeltmd.gov so that that's clear as part of the standing rules, and also allows more flexibility during work sessions, but really trying to especially do this during the regular meetings to have that sign in.
Okay.
Do you see?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just want to say I also support this because having attended MML and many sessions there, this really is a best practice that many governing bodies use, and I think it will be helpful for us to adopt it.
Okay. Any other comment? Please, council member.
This isn't listed in the PowerPoint slides. It's something else that has come up in the beginnings. I hope that we could potentially switch the word and state your address for the record to state your street for the record, or something along those lines, or confirm that you are a resident, just that we are maintaining privacy for the people, especially since it's broadcast and then recorded and always streamable. No, currently, I think out here it just says city and state, but Mayor Jordan does ask for people to state their address for the record.
Right.
And I would just like that to be amended so that he no longer says address.
Maybe not the house number, but the street.
That was, yeah.
Okay,
I'd said
something like
maybe-
that. I mean,
maybe
I would like to-
confirm you're a
yeah.
resident or say your street. Your street isn't completely accurate because we do have locations on Greenbelt Road that are in and outside of city property, but that is something I would like to see final, or.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think a good solution to that is, and I think I had included that in the report that I sent, is the idea of a comment card that people fill out, that we can have them specify resident or not resident and some other things on a comment card that people fill out so that that could also then give guidelines of what they need to say. And the other best practice recommendation from the city solicitor was to have a very clear comment policy, which I think would be separate from the standing rules, but in terms of what is allowed during petitions versus during the agenda. Like the petitions, I think often can be more general, but things during the regular meeting, but spell that out. And so I think that's something separate we would need to, I'm sure there are examples that we can find of that, but to make some of those things a little bit more clear, but not a public comment policy rather than a city council standing rules policy.
Hey, I'm comfortable with Councilmember Niesel's suggestion, Street. I just want to say that this is going to be an adjustment for the public. And speaking of best practices, what I've seen from other councils and county council even is in a hearing or with petitions, they will have a sign-in sheet. And instead of having the mayor or the presiding officer, recognize people, instead there's a list, and the clerk or someone else will just read off the names in order, and that would sort of make it clearer exactly what's going on. But it's going to be an adjustment for the public, because that's not the way that we've done things, and just to get people to remember to sign in. And then
Right. And on that, I guess on that sheet, on the sign-in sheet or on the cards, they could put their street address, because then it would be handed to the clerk and nobody else would see. We don't need to say it, we just need to have it, because it would be good to see from where do people, where do we get the comments from what section of town and stuff. So I think that would be interesting just to have that information.
Okey-doke. Any other comments on this? Well, let's move on to the next one.
So this is, I'm adjusting the slides. I know the slide numbers are small. I didn't realize that it wasn't adjusting the slides, but this was one that was proposed by Councilmember Pompey.
Yes, this is a modification to the speaking length a number of times on one topic. The amendment is no person shall speak more than once upon any one subject, and no person shall speak for longer than 3 minutes, which in 3 minutes is actually our current rule. And again, this is really just a best practice taken from my learning from MML and better meeting management, frankly.
Okay. Is there any additional? Yeah, Councilmember, you got your hands sort of like?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess one thing I would ask is, do we need to clarify that if there is additional comment, that it can be submitted on that topic? So if they went past their 3 minutes, or we were still discussing it and they had additional comments, they could still be submitted through the email or something like that, correct?
Yeah, I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So you want to add further
Comment can be submitted via email to, I guess, questions.
It could be. It doesn't have to be email. It could be a letter.
Yeah.
Just correspondence in writing.
writing. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. That's the third one. We got one more. What's next?
So this is this adds the idea of the topical working groups, that if they are so in general, the mayor, or in the mayor's absence, the mayor pro tem shall preside at the meetings. And so that's certainly true for regular meetings, but this is sort of adding the specificity of, if we've assigned a designated working group to a topic and there's a work session on that topic, the work session shall choose someone to preside over that specific work session only, and then specifying that the town halls, because they're more about subject matter experts or a particular topic, those are presided over by the relevant staff member or another expert as appropriate. And let me adjust the time. No, this is slide.
comments?
I'm
Well,
not a presiding officer. so-
Okay, well, I have a comment, and it also pertains to the earlier three above, just with the working groups. Well, you know, we've got a council manager form of government, and in that context, as mayor, the mayor does not have a lot of power or responsibilities, but the mayor's primary function is presiding at council meetings. So I was looking at this and thinking about it a little bit, and you know, I think any standing rule amendment that we pass designating council members other than the mayor to preside over a work session or whatever, that would actually violate the city's charter. It would exceed council's rulemaking authority. Section 6 of the charter mandates in unequivocal terms. Did I say unequivocal? The mayor shall preside at meetings of the council. So, you know, I have no problem delegating somebody else to comment or to run a section. With the agenda thing, really, it's kind of the city manager actually works out a lot of the agendas, although council or this working group, whatever it would be, could do that. But I think you'd have to change the charter to actually implement this suggestion. Yeah. And before you go, does anybody else have any comments on that? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, and I did look at that actually, but I think in the charter it's talking about regular meetings. I don't actually believe that that section of the charter that talks about the mayor presiding over meetings, it's not referring to work sessions or committee of the whole meetings. I can pull up the charter if you'd like, but I believe that's actually in a different section that it talks about that a little bit more. And I would also argue that from a capacity building and leadership development standpoint, it's important to allow other people to have not just, you know, passing off a little bit, but have full control over a work session and in a limited sense, so that everybody has that experience, because, you know, you may not be mayor forever. And I think it's important for, you know, there's some other things that you may be moving on to before too long, if we're lucky. And I think having the lucky because we want you on council. That's the county council.
City of Greenbelt
The city
would
of
be
Greenbelt would
lucky.
No. Because we would be lucky to have you in that role on county council. But I guess my point is that the leadership development is important to make sure that everybody has develops the skills that are needed for somebody else to be able to step into that role.
Yeah. Well, you know, I hear you on that, but with the question about the language, it's pretty clear. It's not discretionary language. It's a mandatory directive. And in the charter's language, it doesn't equivocate. You know, it's pretty clear. It doesn't say some meetings. I think we can certainly get a legal opinion on this, but you know, serving as mayor in Greenbelt, I don't have a whole lot of things other than being able to preside. So I'm pushing back on this, not on the idea of the working groups, not on the idea of folks taking leadership. But, you know, we have elections, and, you know, if I was around or if I wasn't around, you know, I think that people who vote in Greenbelt, it's not a random thing. I think many people are very, very thoughtful about how they vote and why elections turn out the way that they do. So I don't want to come off as being too pushy, but I am pushing back on that.
Can't agree on everything. That's just the way it goes.
Okay. That's the fourth.
Slide. Well, let's open up the floor for some public comment. Yeah.
Quick. That wasn't so bad. We were pretty swift.
Hopefully you're not going to hold me to 3 minutes because I got lots of comments. First of all, just waiting for my turn, my blood pressure just went up about 40 points. That's a problem. First of all, I'm going to talk about public hearings because I hope you will reconsider that. My first year of mayor, I had a public hearing. I tried to hold everybody to 3 minutes. Then I tried to end the meeting, and there was a major riot. And it was an editorial in the news review of what is the mayor doing, ending discussion from Greenbelt people. And to say that, saying that public can't make comments is a best practice really irritates me. What I always appreciated in Greenbelt is that the public was listened to and was given respect, and other towns didn't. The fact that in College Park you had to wait until the very end of the meeting to make any comment at all, I found repugnant. And I think that most people in Greenbelt would agree with that, that what you're trying to do is trying to restrict. Now, as far as the meetings, what happens if you're coming on Zoom? You can't sign in. Is there going to be a sign-in sheet ahead of time of Zoom meetings that you have to sign in? And what if you have a question in the middle of the discussion? I don't know sometimes when I come and go to an agenda, am I going to have a question on something? So maybe what I'll do is I'll put down my name and the address and say all items on the agenda. And therefore, I will have permission, therefore, to speak whenever I raise my hand. And finally, I know what is trying to be done, and I appreciate that you're trying to make the meetings efficient, and you're trying to make them brief, and maybe that's for the convenience of the council members, rather than whether you're going to get business done. But is it at the expense of we, the people? And I ask my question again, do you really want public participation? You say you do, but are you really encouraging that? And limiting all of this public speech is not doing that.
Okay, Mr. Hartman.
Michael Hartman. I am a resident. I would like to associate myself with the comments that the former mayor made about restricting speech of the residents. And I think that it's true that once you take a vote on something, or even this slide thing is people are going to take the same amount of time to comment, whether they do it at the end of 4 slides or at the time. So you're not saving any time by putting all this comments together. And you are restricting people who might forget what they wanted to say, not be able to write it down. I do have some comments about the meetings, about a person desiring to speak at a matter being considered need to sign in. A couple of things. One, it's not easy for everyone to sign in. If someone has wants to make a spontaneous reaction to something that they didn't sign in for, as the former mayor said. Also, Zoom you can sign in, but what if you're watching it on television, on station 21 for Verizon? You can't sign in. And what if you don't have a computer to send an email and stuff? If you're down here, I mean, the only way to talk is that way. You can't talk anywhere on television, but still, it is everything that you do must be with the residents in mind, having an opportunity. If it takes a little longer for that to happen, that's good. You want participation by the residents. You want to hear what people have to say, and and I think that it's very important that these kinds of things to sign in at the beginning of the meeting. If I'm unable to sign in for whatever reason, what does that mean? And also, if I wanted to say something again, as I say, all right, you sign in, you say you want to talk about everything. You're not saving any time at all, and you're making it harder for people to participate, not easier. And I think that's really wrong. And I think that all right. The other thing I want to say is that I can understand restricting people to a set amount of time to speak. Some of us are very loquacious. But I think at the same time, that if someone wants to respond to something, they should be able to do that. And I think that taking comments, I think there's the logic of Councilmember Fritz was wrong about the fact that at the very end you can take a vote, even after 4 slides. My time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Okay.
We have a hand raised.
Oh, okay. Are you there? Good evening.
Yes, I'm here. Bob Rudd. I am listening to this on Zoom, and I am aghast at the attempts to minimize the democratic process, inhibiting the public for the convenience or methodology or whatever of council. You're elected to do your jobs. You're elected to attend meetings. You knew what the time and everything else and the public's input historically means in Greenbelt. And if this presents an issue for any of you, then either fill out your term and stop or resign. But to limit citizen input, we see what happens with the county council right now. It is a joke. It is an embarrassment to the county. They do things on their own, all done ahead of time, so that the citizens can't comment and have no input. Follow the historic traditions of Greenbelt, Maryland, and keep out of trying to restrict citizens' input and speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online?
Nobody else has their hand raised.
Okay. So we can go through and vote on these, but the point I made about getting a legal opinion, I think that I can ask for a point of order, or I don't think we should vote on these until we get that clarification.
I think, what about if we get a legal opinion, then that is not allowed, then that part can be completely stricken. I would still, I think that premise is a very small part of this. So if it turns out that the idea of assigning a different person to preside over the meeting is not allowed in our charter, then I'm happy to say yes. If the lawyer says that doesn't match with our charter, let's strike that provision.
Whatever. Let's.
Well, no, not whatever, because this is an important document, and we're going to follow this document, so we're going to have to make sure we get this right.
Okay, so how about the motion for this one is, I move to create a structure for working groups for specific tasks with the proviso that if it is not allowed to assign a group member to lead, who is not the mayor, to lead the meeting, then that section, that last sentence will be stricken.
Is there a second? There's no second on that.
Second.
Okay, discussion? I heard something over here.
Section 2, subsection 1.
I went back to the beginning of our 4.
Right, the
Yeah.
first one. Right.
And that was, I'm sorry, that was only for the first one, though, or was that?
Well, it will apply to the other one, too.
Okay.
Yeah,
The section 9, meetings of council open to public.
Well, I went back to slide 7 because that was the beginning of our 4-slide set.
That was just slide 193 in the packet. Or
Yeah.
page 193, sorry.
This one that's on the screen.
So this is the first one. This is the topical working groups. And could you restate?
Well, so I move that in principle we create topical working groups with the provision that if we cannot assign a member of the working group to lead a work session on that topic based on the city charter, that last sentence here be stricken from this. If the lawyer tells us that we can't do that, then.
Okay, and it's been seconded. I'll say it again. I'm opposed to this. I have no problem delegating. I mean, with the Save As You Throw initiative, there were a number of convenings where council members pretty much ran the event along with the city manager. So it's not unusual with council work sessions and to delegate. I'm okay with that, but just in general, the idea, one of the few things that I can do is preside over these sessions. I'm willing to delegate, but I'm not willing to give that up. So if there, yeah, please go ahead.
Is there a way to adjust the language so that the mayor, basically what you said, you preside over the meeting, but you delegate items on the agenda to the working group members who are leading that session?
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
then you
Yeah.
can still open up the meeting, you can set the tone for it, and then those that were on that working group can lead the discussion of that specific topic.
Okay, so you're making that as a friendly amendment?
I am making that.
Okay.
So basically, so what we would add is the mayor shall open the meeting, but
Delegate the agenda items to the working group. Agenda, city manager quite often has more say than we really know about the agenda.
Manager has a question.
Yes, Mr. Summerone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
He's still
Mr. Mayor, curious to what will count as a subtopical group, because there's oftentimes I find myself in a meeting with you that's an administrative meetings. Does that make it your meeting?
An example of that?
Sure. The example that I think you referenced was the Save As You Throw. We had a couple meetings with the Save As You Throw, where Mayor Pro Tem Weaver joined us at the meeting with the court liaisons, and that meeting was led by the Green Aces leader John and Jane Lippard and myself, and I think at no point did Mayor Pro Tem Weaver and Councilmember Pompey and Fritz, who were there, made it a subtopical meeting. It was clear that it was a Green Aces and city manager meeting. There have been meetings that you have joined because we announced that we put my schedule's open. I think all of council member has access to my calendar, and some show up to meetings that we're having with the public. Does your presence make it your meeting in a what is traditionally seen as my meeting?
No, I don't think it does. I think that with any meeting, pretty much, I think if there's a council member there, they should sort of say, welcome everybody or something, and just I think we're getting a little too detailed.
Well, I think I appreciated that some council members are mindful of their presence and how much attention it garners. I appreciated Councilmember Fritz to make a point that Friday's meeting was a staff and merchants meeting, and he was mindful of the presence, and also I think you were mindful of how much time you spent when someone asked you a question, because I think at times there's a attention or floor being given to the council members, and there's an expectation that they're running the meeting, leading the meeting. I think it has a chilling effect on some of the dialogue and the way that staff have designed the meeting.
Yeah, the situation has come up, from time to time. So I think it's incumbent upon us as council members, and I think that we are cognizant of that scenario that you've presented, and I don't think anyone's trying to take over a meeting. So I think there's an expectation of the public sometimes that council be present. They feel like they voted for council to represent them sometimes. So certainly I can think of a lot of examples. Well, I wasn't at the merchants meeting, but you know, I think to open it up for Councilman Fritz to say hello, I think that's fine. Or at the beginning, there's Councilman Fritz. You know, I don't think it's that much of an issue. I think we're getting a little foul of trying to.
I think we're going in the wrong direction. I think the issue is that the mayor would like to protect his right to run meetings and preside over them. And I think if he feels like at his pleasure if we have a subgroup and they were working on something, and then it's up to him to say, okay, I open the meeting up and you know, I'm going to pass the baton to Councilmember McKinney or Pompey or whoever to go into detail about their findings, whatever they worked on in their working group. And I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be super detailed and who's speaking. That's getting a little bit maybe too far.
So you got a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I mean, does this language work? If this makes you more comfortable, that's fine. I think to talk about Mr. Salmaron's point, at least what I'm addressing in this would be work sessions of City Council, not other meetings, in terms of if the work session pertains to the topical working group. I'm thinking, for example, of something like the legislative, if we're having a legislative work session or something like that. I was not necessarily thinking of outside meetings in terms of this particular section, but that may be something we need to address in a different way.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, so if that's your friendly amendment, the second, who said? Yeah,
I believe that was me, and I'll accept it.
Was the friendly amendment came from Councilmember McKinney?
Yeah.
Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
thank
mayor
you.
shall open the meeting and delegate to a
Okay.
designated working group member.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm on the right.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. What's the next one?
This one is about the sign-ins and indicating whether they want to, what people wish to comment on. I think an adjustment we could make to this that would perhaps still help the structure and organization is that if somebody wants to speak on a topic, and I would note that this does not sign in. I guess it does say sign in. If we change it from sign in when they arrive, take out that specification and create the process that if you want to speak on a topic, there's some kind of card to fill out at the door. You hand that to Miss Anderson, so we get a sense of who wants to speak on that rather than necessarily requiring it when they arrive. Although I think that would be one option to meet a little bit in the middle. I don't know if others have thoughts on that.
Yeah, Councilmember Pompey.
I think, you know, that's an interesting idea because I do remember from one MML session that I attended where a member who was leading the session was about, I think it was about running meetings, but, you know, they were a council member, they were leading our session, and they said, you know, when they would notice that they had like 30 people signed up to talk about a topic, that would be sort of a signal to them like, oh, hey, we should probably have a town hall about this. Or, you know, like it would, so it could be helpful in just knowing like, oh, maybe we need to talk more about this than we're giving time for. Like maybe public comment isn't even enough. So I think it could be an interesting way of, you know, gauging where we are and if we need to change the way in which we're engaging on specific topics.
So, you know, I'm looking at the, you know, I certainly appreciate the intent. I think Jake Davis brought up a point, or I don't know if it was Michael, Mr. Hartman, about it's one thing signing up for petitions and requests. It's another thing in the context of a discussion on an agenda item. How would people sign in electronically? Would we have to do something different on Zoom?
That's very easy to do. An electronic sign-up form is extremely simple to do.
Do that all the time too for meetings in school and stuff where you have to sign in.
Just thinking of the in real time, being able to pull up that list as well, I know it's easy to do. I'm just commenting on the amount of time and being able to see that in real time as the discussion is going on in a timely fashion. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay.
Would it, what do you think about changing it to sign in or fill out a comment card? To give a little bit more flexibility, so it's not about when people arrive, but
Yeah, I think something like that needs to be in there.
I don't know what you would call them, but I understand the intent here, though, is that if someone decides in the middle of a meeting that there's a topic that's come up for them.
Yeah, and there's a question Mr. Hartman posed, which happens. People will, in the middle, they'll react to something someone else said, and they'll want to speak on it. So that's the reality. But we've got a motion that's been seconded, and you've amended some language there.
Yeah, if that's.
So would you like to vote on that? Okay, let's.
The amended language.
Can you?
please?
Yeah, so instead of saying shall sign in when they arrive, shall, at a regular meeting, shall sign in or fill in a comment card without specifying it needs to be when they arrive. So at the point that a comment is wished to be made, someone wishes to make a comment, they can indicate that, but still indicate that in writing. And if we need to make accommodations in some way, I think I can add that. Yeah. I don't know exactly how to phrase that, but yeah.
Councilmember.
So I'm just trying to think about the scenario that Mayor Davis had brought up is around public hearing. So is there a way to add in language that allows for, because a public hearing you want to have, that's when you want to have as much comment as possible. That's different than when we get lots of comments that might be on smaller topics. But the intent of the public hearing is truly to hear as much as possible during that time. So I'm wondering if there's a way to specify that section to say, I don't know how that needs to look different, but I want to make sure that we don't constrain the public hearing side of that.
We can do that at any time. Council can vote to suspend the rules or to and to extend the time limit to 5 instead of 3 minutes, or if necessary, suspend the rules and limit time to 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Yeah.
Call that out, though.
Well, I don't think we do need to call that
So
out.
this does say at a regular meeting, during work sessions or public hearings, that would be very easy to add. A sign-in sheet may be used or at the discretion of council persons wishing to speak or raise their hand. Although I think it actually could be helpful even at a public hearing to have a sign-in sheet and people like indicating, especially if it's a hot button topic, are they for or against, and then we have that record. But does this fit what you were suggesting, Ms. McKinney, during work sessions or public hearings? So that specifies, yeah, that a sign-in may be used or at the discretion of council. We just have people raise their hand.
Councilmember Niesel.
I really, really understand the spirit of this section, and I think it's so much change that even we are having trouble figuring out how exactly it would go. I almost wonder if we should, for this set of standing rules, just have that we institute the sign-in sheet and get people used to that, and then next term we can kind of take the next step. I'm a little bit confused, honestly, as to how we would manage to bring in people who had things come up all of a sudden, because yes, that happens to me. Someone will ask a question and that'll jigger something loose and I'll have a follow-up. So I want to get a better handle on how we can take everyone's feedback into account, and I want to manage our meeting times, but I don't think the way this is written, we're really accomplishing either.
Well, can we hold this one or something and kind of work on the language a little bit more, maybe?
Yeah, maybe you can add it and send it out to us, and we can.
Yeah, we can see if
take
we
a
can
peek
figure out a
at
different.
it.
Okay, so I'm fine with. I guess we
Do we need to vote to hold
Tab-
that?
table this
it
one.
till
Table
time
this to the
certain?
next meeting.
Okay, would someone like to make that motion?
I'll move to table this to the next meeting.
Okay, I'll second that, and we have to, that's not debatable, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
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 This one was just speaking once on on a subject and not longer than 3 minutes. This was one Ms. Pompey had proposed.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah. I move that no person shall speak more than once on any one subject, and no person shall speak for longer than 3 minutes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Fritz is seconded.
We
We need to vote on these.
need to vote on these, and then we'll go on to the next 4. Yeah, that was on that sheet. Yeah.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that is unanimous.
So this one is the work sessions having someone, so if we need to preside over the, after the meeting is opened by the council, or the mayor. Does that language work for you?
That was one of the friendly amendment, right?
Is does that satisfy you, Mayor?
It still says selecting a member, as opposed, it should say delegating.
Well, the working
opposed to
group is
presiding.
selecting one of their membership to I would say I think it should be up to the working group who is going to do that, not the mayor, but I don't know. It's making the sentence really awkward anyway that I try to reword it as it is now.
Do you want to table that and come
well-
back to it at the next meeting? Councilmember?
Do you have a?
So the amendment that I had suggested was that we add to the last part. I'm sorry, trying to get there. I lost my place in the document.
Section 6, subsection 4. Oh, no, I'm sorry,
No,
that's
okay.
not the right
I
one.
was like, I don't
I'm
think
looking
that's
at a
it.
different amendment. It's section 2, subsection 1.
Is that the wrong one? It's that word preside. If it was more membership to speak on behalf of the working group.
Can you read the subsection, Mr. Mayor?
Subsection 1, section 2, subsection 1.
Unless I got that wrong.
So you're referring to slide 6.
Just rules about presiding officers such that.
Okay,
That's what you made a friendly amendment on.
right.
That's the one yeah.
Which one? Is that the one on the
So-
screen?
Yeah.
So I think I was saying for work sessions related to a topic of a designated working group, the mayor should preside over the meeting and should delegate an agenda item to one of the working group members.
Designated.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see, any additional discussion on that?
So is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Of the working group.
Take out that word preside. The mayor shall delegate.
So keep in preside, but delegate. You're
The
saying
mayor shall
preside.
And delegate. Okay.
Over the meeting and delegate to a designated member of the working group.
Agenda items to,
I think we need something else in there to, because what are they delegating? And delegate,
Just
An
a
agenda
per-
item is
an
what-
agenda
agenda.
item, yeah.
Is what,
Relevant
Just
agenda.
relevant
items.
Relevant agenda items to the designated member of the working group.
Okay.
I think A maybe is a designated.
Okay.
It's the a designated, yeah. Okay.
Okay, is there any additional discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? There's a message that the audio quality is problematic throughout this session here. Just FYI. Okay, let's move on. How much more do we have to cover?
A few things. I think this one is, this again is just actually adjusting because we really had a discussion about where the seating should be on the dais, and rather than it being assigned by the mayor, this is what we actually did at the meeting, is that you had a proposal, but we discussed it and sort of workshopped it a little bit. So just adjusting the standing rules to follow the practice.
Is there a second?
Well, are we just going through for discussion the 4 slides again?
I'm sorry. Yeah, just the practice by allowing the mayor to make a proposal and then council members can shift, any two of them, it sort of expedites the process and avoids disputes at the organizational meeting. The way that Jay Davis, the way she used to do it, is she would ask each person by vote order where they wanted to sit and kind of work from there and then bring it up to at the organizational meeting, and council members would be able to switch it around. It just seems like that way kind of avoids unnecessary conflict.
Same.
We could ask Jay Davis, but she can't comment right now.
Well,
We'll ask
I
her.
missed that phone call. Oh, there was phone calls. Yeah. I think it should be a prerogative of the mayor, quite honestly. I mean, I know we discussed it and we flipped things around a little bit. I mean, that, but I think overall, do we really need to change it? Do we need to put that in there? Or, I mean,
I'll say it again, the practice hasn't really been, it's not so much, it's kind of just talking to people in vote order, where do you want to sit? And, based on that, you go to the next person and then
well,
when you
basically, there
finish-
is a seating order already, right? Yeah, there is. I mean, has that, where was I? Since 2009, there was always a certain seating order, especially for the mayor, mayor pro tem, and then the third person, right? And the rest of us, we just kind of like.
well,
So
sounds-
would anyone like to make a motion to, is it council's will to actually?
should we go through them and then we could go, and then we can come back?
Okay.
Okay. So this one was Ms. Pompey's.
Yes, this was to limit the number of time council members can speak per motion, and overall time limits on comments. And this basically just brings our current comment practice in line with Robert's Rules of Order. So, any member can speak to a motion when recognized by the chair up to 2 times, where it used to be there was no limit. And you can speak a second time after all members who wish to speak on that motion have had their first opportunity. No member shall speak for longer than 5 minutes, which is, I think, it's current as well. But this allows, without a majority vote of council, so council could vote to extend that limit, and any member could call for a motion to extend debate, allowing for longer speeches or more turns to speak, requiring a majority of council to pass. So the idea just being that, trying to keep our comments a little tighter.
Yeah.
here on the dais.
So, I like the motion. It is in Robert's Rules of Order, but that isn't necessarily why we should do it. But I do like, I think that's a good thing to try out, yes. Councilmember Pope.
You know, overall, I could agree with that, but I think also that sometimes there are motions that need a little bit more discussion, and if you only have a chance to say something twice, I mean, I think that would restrict that person tremendously, and I don't see, as a courtesy, me as a council member, who we're going to vote on a motion, we're going to vote on something important. I think I need to make sure that I'm heard, and then I have the freedom to say what I need to say, and not being pushed into two 5-minute blocks, which, you know, that just, for me, the way I think, with my disabilities that I'm having, with getting my thoughts together, I think for me that just doesn't work.
Councilmember Fritz.
I do think that it's a good standard to set to keep the meetings moving, and kind of asks us to be intentional and asks us to be intentional about extending, because when we extend a debate on a finite agenda, and ultimately every meeting has a finite amount of time we can spend on it, we have to take it from somewhere else. So I think that this is asking us, do we really want to make sure that we are taking from other business at that meeting to allow for more comments, and also just kind of enshrining that everyone gets to speak once, everyone gets to speak twice, and then if we want to go further than that, the body does need to agree that we are going to take that time from somewhere else in our agenda.
Okay, other thoughts? Okay, what's next?
So,
I'm sorry,
So
Councilman.
just to clarify, as I'm reading this correctly, this does not limit us to only speaking twice. What it does say is that we'll speak twice, but then there is the opportunity for additional comment or times to speak after that. But it would need to be by the discretion of council. Okay, great.
It sounds good. Do you think 2 times is enough? Maybe it should be 3. No, 2? 2? Okay. Okay. Certainly, there have been times when, over the years, where it's just gone round and round. Okay, what's next?
So this one was the idea of the progressive actions related to a council member misconduct. And most of this is similar. So this was based on, I thought Berwyn Heights had a good outline for this. I think the one thing I added, based on, I think that this was something that you had suggested, Mayor, was the idea of adding the recess for a short period in there before the recess to another time. So that's added in. And this is, this is where the note is that we had talked about making the expulsion from a meeting different, but the charter does actually say that you have to, it specifies 6 members to expel a member from the meeting. So that can't be changed by the standing rules. So, but that's pretty far down on the list. So.
Okay. Hey, so the only thing that occurs to me, it's good to have the steps, but there are situations where you might need to expedite and jump from one to another. And here's an example. Let's say you're having a virtual meeting, or you have somebody online, and the meeting gets hacked, and there's something happening on screen that's just unacceptable. So, to request order,
Oh, no,
order,
that's
call order.
entirely different, though, because that's not council member misconduct. Yeah.
Hopefully. I don't know. Ms. Pope sometimes calling in there.
Of course.
No, only kidding. But still, an occasion might come up where it might be council's will to go directly from calling to order to expelling somebody from a meeting.
I mean,
So
if you
that's
wanted
my
to
comment.
not say shall, should it be may be
How
taken?
about may instead of shall?
That's
Okay.
fine.
And that's number 3. We got one more?
We got one more. This one is, this is the one that I asked Mr. Samaron to look at. So the idea of if there is, we don't currently have a policy about what happens if a council member has behavior or conduct unbecoming outside of a public meeting. Our standing rules only talked about behavior in a meeting. So this just outlines that process. So I did put the full text that Mr. Summerun suggested, that the idea of conducting an administrative review and fact-finding, but then it really does become up to council to take action based on those progressive, like some of those things, like a recess to another meeting, but some of the things like censure or other things on the previous list could apply, unless there's another law or regulation.
Okay.
So it's just we don't at this point have anything in our rules that talk about what happens if a council member behaves badly outside of a council meeting.
Like how badly? I mean, what, or do you have any examples, or, I mean?
This is just stated as conduct unbecoming of a council member, I think.
Okay,
I think there's some more, so there are some more specifics in there, but I think.
I mean, I'd like to know. I think what I do in my private time, I think is
Well,
my
I think-
business, you know, and I don't want to be micromanaged when I'm not. I mean, quite honestly, I think I'm old enough. I can manage myself. But so I think we need to put some kind of provisions in there. What are you talking about here?
Right, is it a legal activity?
Well, I think that could be. I think that absolutely would count.
Mr. Summerall.
Thank you. Actually, I expressed concern about this piece of the standing rules at the work session because neither the solicitor or I want to be in a position where we're investigating you all. So, but we talked through a couple examples with Mayor Pro Tem Weaver, and based on some of the things that we've had to look into, I wanted the language to reflect just some of the things that we have been tasked to, we being the solicitor and myself, and looking into some of the allegations. And the language is very specific where, and I'll read it verbatim as to what it says in that, and I believe that's the third paragraph. The mayor or mayor pro tem shall direct the city manager and or solicitor as appropriate to conduct an administrative review of the matter, including fact-finding and a preliminary investigation sufficient to determine whether the allegation, if substantiated, would constitute a violation of these standing rules, the city code, or other applicable law. So it's very specific and limited. So.
Yeah, that makes good sense. But, you know, in this day and age that we're living in, you know, we see decisions, you know, just, the federal level where, you know, allegations are being made and people are being investigated and whatnot. Does this language, does this preclude the possibility that an accusation might come forward that has no merit? I suppose that's the investigative part.
Correct, and it doesn't preclude any other body investigating a council member for any other things that are under their purview.
Yeah. Well, you know, I get the intent. It seems like it's pretty well written. I do agree with Ms. Pope a little bit, though. It'd be nice to try and spell it out a little bit more somehow, just in terms of what's specifically being unbecoming, like if I didn't shave for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
You know.
I'll be reporting you.
Yeah, but there's a.
Skinny dipping in the lake now.
Now I think that we would have the authority to use skinny dipping in the lake. I advise against it. It's not healthy to do those things. But there's also a trigger, right? It says the mayor or mayor pro tem shall direct. The city manager and solicitor will not go out of their own authority, with the few exceptions that there are some things that I have the authority to investigate because I am responsible for enforcing the city code. So if you did illegal dumping at a site, that's for all residents of the city and non-residents of the city who engage in illegal dumping in our city, right? I'm sorry, if you're a council member, you don't get a pass for illegal dumping. I don't need the mayor or the mayor pro tem to investigate that.
Of course. No, that's understood, right? If I do something illegal or do something that goes against our rules and city laws, I mean, of course, that I understand that. But this is to me, it's very broad, and I think that is, for me, that is just not acceptable.
Okay, well, that's number 4, right? So
Yeah,
we can-
and I would say some of the things that are listed in the in the other section that were not on the slide because it was too long. And some of these are more related to meetings, but repeatedly interrupts or disrupts the meeting, whether verbally or otherwise, questions the motives or attacks with accusatory comments other council members, city employees, or meeting participants. So that's one that could happen outside of a meeting. Persists in speaking out of turn or on an irrelevant matter during discussion on an agenda item. Makes comments or converses with another council member, those are sort of the meeting, uses disrespectful, coarse, or profane language, tone, or gestures unbecoming toward another council member, city employee, or any other meeting participant specifies. So those were some of the things, again, those were from what Byrne Heights had listed. So some of those are things that I think would be examples of conduct unbecoming a council member that should be investigated, not the things about speaking out of turn in the meeting. That's obviously meeting specific.
Okay. You just feel like it needs to be defined.
Yeah, I don't want to be micromanaged in my personal time. Look,
Okay,
I've earned
let's
this right. I have a birthday coming up.
let's pause for some public comment on the last 4 items that we've discussed. Mr. Hartman.
Which one? Was it the...
Michael Hartman, by the way, is this meeting being recorded?
Of course.
Good. Okay. I think in discussing timing and how long people can speak, etc., one of the basic requirements to do that is to have an agenda that is realistic. For example, tonight's agenda had the 4 items from 8:45 to 9:15. It's 10:45 now. I don't know how long this particular subject has been going. I don't remember, but probably an hour for that. So I think realistic agenda is a requirement if you're going to be putting time limits either on your own contributions or that of the public. And I would say that generally speaking, I think it's in these kinds of situations, it's probably more important for you to listen than to talk. And so I think restricting your own speaking and commenting would be good so that more time can be available for residents and others. I'm not quite sure I understood about the solution, but defining unbecoming is critical. You use that as a basis for everything, for the disciplinary, for other council members. And unless you specifically say this is what is included in unbecoming, now you have that list of things that, but then you say if offense is more serious than I assume what was referred to prior to that. If you're going to base this on unbecoming, then I think a very definite definition of what unbecoming means. And since unbecoming, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder, I think it's incumbent to have very clear guidelines about that. All of this stuff for the section on behavior outside of public meetings. The question I have is if there is a investigation, administrative review, whatever it is, there's nothing in here that says that it should be public. The public has, the residents have a right to know if a council member is behaving inappropriately in a public setting. There's no mention at all of whether this would be a public disclosure, how much transparency there would be. And I think that, again, a abiding rule should be the more transparent, the better. And so all of these kinds of things, I think residents have a right to know what's going on if the council censors another member or takes other actions. And the public, the residents have a right to know what it is, what happened, why it is, what your deliberations were, and what the results of those deliberations. So I think that should be addressed in the standing rules. Oh, I'm over. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I would, on your last point, I would maybe disagree with that a little bit. Council members are human, so, someone might have a health, kind of like with HIPAA regulations, someone might have a health or a mental health issue or other personal things that would not be necessarily appropriate to open up in a transparent, public way as far as the specifics of what's going on. Jay Davis?
Jay Davis, Greenbelt East. At one time, the mayor pro tem sat on the right of the mayor, and then we decided people preferred to be on the left. So seating arrangements are not set in stone. And I think the way that it's been done in the past, which is everybody kind of gives their preferences and they work ahead and they just let the mayor know. And at the organizational meeting, mayor then says, this is how council members prefer to sit, and then that's the way it's done. I don't think you need to change the language on that. I think it's been working quite well just the way it is. It was interesting to hear some of the discussion about limiting council members and when they can talk. You're very easy to limit when public can talk. You don't really want to limit yourself. And that's kind of interesting. And you maybe want to think about that. Besides, if people are going on and on and on, you have the right to say, and someone could say, I call the question. And that ends it right there. So if you're having a problem with people going back and forth, you can do that. And this last thing about behavior and conduct outside of public meetings, that's getting a little personal. What if I'm in Ocean City and I decide that I'm going to, drink too much and I fall into the gutter and people take a photo? Are you going to then censure me? I mean, that was, stupid thing I did on my part, and the photo's going to take care of it. I probably wouldn't be elected the next time. So if you're going to have something like that, it should be as if the council person is representing themselves as council, as a member of council. Or they're representing all of council and they say something. And of course, that is one of the reasons in the past we did censure somebody, because of that person in his position did do something that was unbecoming and very embarrassing to council and to the city of Greenbelt. So the way it's worded here, it could be anything. And times change. And what people didn't like to do before, maybe they would say it's fine now, or what's fine now, maybe in the future, it wouldn't be. That's treading on real. I mean, that whole section there, you don't think you should even talk about it unless you're saying that person was representing themselves as council, and was. Yeah, that's. I think you're treading. I think that could go to Supreme Court real fast.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's go through these four, and I got to ask the question. Looks like there's somebody online too about where we are. It's 11 o'clock, and we've got a few more things to cover. So, what is council's will? Should we continue on?
Yeah,
We're almost there.
Okay.
power through.
Okay, and I think there is somebody online. Did I see that correctly?
It's the previous comment about the audio. That's all it was.
Okay, what's the first of the four that we're going to take a look at?
So this was the idea of that rather than
Seating?
The seating. And again, my impression of that way it's been done was that it was not necessarily assigned. It was we talked about it and decided where everybody was going to sit. I believe that our rules should match the practice.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, is there any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, it passes 5-2. Next.
Was the limitation on the speaking for council members.
I make a motion to add a limitation to the number of time council members can speak per motion and the overall time limits.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Niesel has seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. No, I'm sorry, so it's 6-1.
Sorry.
So the next one is sort of the progressive actions for behavior within a council meeting, and this is changed to be may be taken to allow a little bit more flexibility. But a request for order, a call to order, recess for a short period, recording the offense in the minutes, censure, expulsion from a meeting, and then recess to another time.
Okay, that's a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that. Or, I'll second that. Any discussion on this? And because it says may, the order is not mandated, correct?
Right. I think the idea was that those were intended to be like progressively more serious actions. But if there were some reason to skip ahead.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. It's unanimous. And finally, the one about unbecoming behavior. Do you want to make a motion to table it?
Motion to table it.
I'll second that. Let's go ahead and take a vote. And that's, excuse me, it's a friendly amendment that's tabling it to the next meeting, or when would we, is it to a time certain, or is it just, because you can't, if you table it, that means it has to be handled in a different way. Okay, to the next meeting? I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Is there any discussion?
No, that's fine. We
Okay.
can work through that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. What do we got?
So this one, there's two suggestions here. The first one, it's just they were both short, so I put them on the same page. One was to, that I suggested just formally adding the reading of the community pledge. We've already been doing that, but just adding that under the agenda. And then the other one was Councilmember Fritz's suggestion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we read the add reading of the community pledge.
We're doing our 4 slides though, right?
Oh,
We're
I'm sorry,
talking about them and then, yeah. So I think, does anybody have any comments about it? I feel like that one's a pretty straightforward one. Yeah, it's just, we've been doing it, it wasn't technically in the rules.
Great.
Yeah, okay.
Glad to do that.
So then the next one is about the idea of removing the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag as part of the beginning of the regular meeting. That was Councilmember Fritz's proposal.
Yeah, I think it's important that we re-examine this practice. I do think, as a matter of conscience, I don't support us asking residents to do a pledge before every meeting. I don't think the city of Greenbelt is in the process of collecting loyalty oaths from our residents. I think that private organizations should absolutely do the pledge to show their patriotism. I also think that it's a First Amendment issue, and I don't agree with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's wrong on a lot of things. I don't agree with the Supreme Court that under God is a neutral act. Asking people to pledge allegiance to a republic under God is not a neutral act. I know a lot of people who have been uncomfortable for it for many reasons. Under God was, Franklin Roosevelt never said under God because it wasn't in the pledge until after his death. It was added in '57. The original draft did not include under God, and I think that if you look at the references to religion in the United States Constitution, it's the separation of church and state, and it's the idea that there should be no religious test for people who seek public office. There's no mention of God in the United States Constitution, and I think that it's important that we, remember that these are political choices, and what we include in our ceremonies are important. I'm also not going to push the issue, but I thought while we're here, we might as well take a vote on it.
Okay. Ms. Pope?
So I believe that in the eagerness to rewrite council rules and city governance, I think we forget sometimes that others have rights as well, or maybe they're overlooked. So reciting the Pledge of Allegiance before council meeting is a long-standing tradition deeply rooted in the history of our nation. And in our shared civic life as a community. It reflects the values that have guided this country: unity, freedom, and democratic participation. and honors those who have defended these principles over generations. As a naturalized citizen, as an immigrant, I am proud to stand to say the pledge alongside anyone who wishes to do so. At the same time, our community and I respect individual choice, and anyone who does not wish to participate may remain seated. That choice is itself a freedom this country protects. Preserving this tradition while respecting personal freedoms best reflects who we are as a community, and removing it because some individuals object to it does not serve our community's interest. So I am absolutely, I was shocked when I saw that. I was truly shocked. I am proud to live here in this country, and I'm proud to say and stand up and do the pledge. But I also respect anyone who does not feel they want to do that. That's fine. That's your choice. My choice is to do it. Your choice is not to do it, and that's okay. But we're not just eradicating something or getting rid of something because some people, feel uncomfortable about it. That's not who we are as people. That's not who we are as a society, and that's just not who we are as a community. And if we want to do the community pledge, then we're going to have to really think about it. What is in our pledge, and are we following our pledge? So I am absolutely appalled that this is. I'm just surprised, because I am not a natural-born citizen. I earned that right. I had to earn that right. I did. So yeah, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate the adding the reading of the community pledge, because that is a pledge I can absolutely get behind as a member, an enthusiastic member of the Greenbelt community. There are many issues I do have with the United States of America. I do not pledge allegiance to the flag. I will stand here. I do not cover my heart, and I do not say the words, nor will I ever. I feel that these city council meetings exist to conduct public business. They're a civic space. It's not a ceremonial space. I think that we could do just fine with starting our meetings without the pledge. That said, I have stood at the naturalization ceremonies and wept when I watch people taking the oath, and I weep because I'm so sad that they have to take that oath. The things that they are promising are things that I would not put my life on the line. I know that makes me not maybe the best American, but it really does break my heart, and I know exactly where you're coming from, but I don't think that it is a good, necessary way to start our meetings.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I do appreciate Councilmember Fritz bringing this forward, because I think I have very mixed feelings about some of these symbols as well. And to be perfectly honest, I usually skip the under God part, because I don't like that that's in our Pledge of Allegiance. Although I was thinking about this and talking to my in-house counsel, as Ms. Pope was saying, and I think one of the points in thinking about also some of the athletes at the Olympics this week who've been making comments, and I think the other thing that I think is worth thinking about is not ceding these patriotic symbols because we're in a situation where our federal government is doing things that are terrible, I have mixed feelings about this, because I think I can understand the discomfort. I absolutely understand the discomfort, but at the same time, some of this should be aspirational, and I wish the flag, what the flag represents, were not in such a mess as it is right now with all the things that are happening. So I'm not sure that I'm not sure I'm in support of removing it, but I appreciate you bringing it forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Let's move on. There's two more.
That was just the first one, I think.
Okay.
Well, I guess technically it's the second. It's the first slide. Yeah, it depends on how you count. I put them both on this. Right, it's 2 and 1 because they were short and they're in the same line in the standing rules. But yes, you're right. So this one was just minor changing languages to council reports because it said shall be shared if time allows, and then talking about creating a more formal ready to be scheduled list with prioritization, because I think one of the things that we have trouble with sometimes is like which are we've got this long list of work sessions, and which are the ones that are actually the most important, and so that was kind of the idea of this one. And then we've also had some issues about not necessarily good communication about if changes to the work session schedule because somebody isn't available or something cancels or something else happens. So just clarifying that.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney.
I'm not sure this has to be clarified, at least in this document, but maybe it's more of an administrative task. I think we need a definition around what ready to be scheduled actually means. Because I feel like we put on that list, it's ready to be scheduled. So is it ready to be scheduled because we have open time? Is it ready to be scheduled because we haven't met with them in 2 years? Is it ready to be scheduled because we actually have an agenda item to talk with them about? So we just might want to define what ready to be scheduled means.
I think the reality of that list and ready to be scheduled quite often is it's a priority, but we have not, the clerks have not been able to actually get a hold of the people and get them to commit to a particular date. So sometimes, more often than I would like, there are items on there that have been there for a while simply because we cannot get the stakeholder or the entity to come and talk with us or agree on a date. Mr. Summeron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some items that I agree with you. There are things that were on there that it took some difficult conversations to get through the list to be able to move some off the list. And I think just recently we were able to. What staff is doing forward is we're going to get a commitment from council on what you're ready to move from for later scheduling to be scheduled, ready to be scheduled. So we're using that section of the agenda as something that council approves before we move it over. So of the things that are on there now, there's the meet and greets with the new at-large council member Wala Bligay and County Executive Brayboy. Just recently, there's conversation about adding a meet and greet with Tim Adams. This was last week. We do have a few things on there that council has weigh the feasibility of those meetings, that being the Greenbelt East HOA meetings. The council had a lot of discussion, but it stayed on the ready to be scheduled. So the staff will work on that in the June schedule and onward. The others we raised, we've talked about every single one of these, and we expressed concerns of the feasibility of meeting with those groups. So one is the BARC, the NASA, the Greenbelt Road Corridor that looked like an update. We haven't done much work on that, but anyway, we're all that to say is that we, at least staff, are being more intentional to make sure that we get the approval of council before we move an item over. Versus in the past, a council member has been able to request an item to ready to be scheduled, and now we're asking council to approve so that we can move forward and schedule that. But I would say, regrettably, the mayor's correct that there are some groups that say no for a variety of reasons. They're not ready. They want to know why, and they're not sure if it's the right type of meeting to come to a council meeting.
Okay. Let's see, any additional discussion? Okay, let's, what else we got?
This was just changing the default delivery method of council packets to be via email rather than the standing rules still sort of expected the default was a packet to the council member's home, and I think that's not necessary anymore.
Oh.
I don't know. I would, you know, I can't really think of a reason right now, but if a council member has some reason why they need to have it delivered, like they're out of town and they need a spouse or someone to pick it up or something like that, there's, of course, emails would work, but I don't, yeah, Ms. Pope.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I think I'm thinking about my eyesight and how difficult it is for me sometimes to read on my devices, and it's not getting better. So I don't know. Maybe there's a time when I say, "Hey, I need it in paper because I just need it." You know, I need. So that's a possibility. I think we should be open to that and not, shut it out. I mean, of course, everything is digitalized. It's fine, but I think there are going to be occasions maybe where it might be necessary for you to get a copy of your documents.
Yeah, maybe we can tweak that or something, so it says via email or, if necessary, hard copy at home or whatever. I don't know. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, this does not preclude any exemptions that council members may request, such if you want us to print a copy, we're happy to print a copy. The challenge that the staff face is that every Friday we were delivering a packet, and I will get reports from staff that there were packets in one mailbox that have stacked up for several weeks.
Okay, but I think we're talking about one specific member.
Who are we talking about?
I don't know, but I think it's probably one person, not naming names.
I think the point is that the default is email. If this is not saying that if you need a paper packet, you can't ask for one. It's just changing the expectation of a paper packet to email. I mean, if you would like me to add the note, I guess it seems obvious to me that if somebody wants a printed packet, they just ask Mr. Samaron and Ms. Anderson or Ms. Lashley Mullen will print it out.
We print a copy for Mr. Orleans.
That's all the time.
Well, I just want to make sure because it was not in there. I just wanted to make sure and clarify that it's because right now I'm struggling with this, and that's why a lot of times I grab this because I can see it better. So.
But I think the default should be via email.
So links are not okay. You can't send somebody a link. It's got to be an email.
Well, via email. The links get sent via email.
Okay.
Okay, now we're getting.
Okay. That was number 4.
It depends on how we count the slides, but yes, if we want to go back to these.
We got okay.
We do have we have a comment online. I don't know if we have comments in the room.
Jay Davis.
I'm sorry I didn't come to the work session, but unfortunately I was down with the flu. Didn't even feel like looking at Zoom at that time. So I was extremely surprised that you removed the Pledge of Allegiance from the agenda. It is tradition. It's tradition, state, county, nation, whatever. And I understand why some people don't want to say the pledge. I understand why some people don't like the flag. Fine. That I just keep thinking that, Jay Davis, Green Belt East, sorry about that. I think it's the current atmosphere that we're living in right now, the political atmosphere, that is causing a lot of this deep thought about where is the nation going and so forth and so on. If this were under the first months of the Obama administration, I don't think this would even have come up. Maybe it would with some, I don't think so. This is a very emotional thing that you are asking. A lot of the other things, it's emotional to one or two people, or maybe it's to one person, or maybe council. But this is an emotional topic for everybody that is living in the country right now. And if you're going to make that, then you better maybe put this on a ballot and have the people vote. Otherwise, you're being very hypocritical. If you don't want to say the pledge and you don't want to, have that, then take the flags away and just have the Greenbelt flag there. If that's the only community you want to pledge to, because you're hypocritical if you've got a flag and Maryland. There are things that Maryland has done in the past, in the future, that I don't appreciate. Same with the county. Take those flags away. I was very surprised. And I am not a flag waver. I don't go and hug the flag or anything like that. But when I say the pledge, it is because I am talking about what we, as the American Revolution, and what we all stood for and what people died for. And you want to say, well, because it's very emotional to me. and I can't, I can't believe that people knew about this, because I think that there would be people, you have the American Legion here and a few other people that would be very, very upset about this.
It was a proposal to vote on, not necessarily
Pardon?
determination. It was a proposal to vote on, not necessarily something we were going to do.
But
I
it wasn't-
understand that.
but it wasn't
I'm
mentioned
saying my
earlier.
opinion,
It
though.
was at the
This
work
is my
session you
opinion why
mentioned,
I'm
yes.
very surprised and very upset about this. And anyone, I don't, obviously, people didn't look at your work session, or they didn't read it, or they didn't go to the website, which is what a lot of people won't do. And now they're going to hear about it, and I'm hoping the news review brings it up, that it was even thought about.
It was reported in the news review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Hey, there's a comment online. It's from Mr. Jefferson. Jefferson. Pledge of Allegiance topic. I agree with Councilmember Pope. If somebody doesn't want to say it, that's fine. And they're right. I don't think it should be removed, because those who want to say it has had their rights removed. I'm sorry I didn't read that very well. Okay, any additional discussion? Yes, please, Mr. Hartman, please.
The question about the allegiance is a very personal one. And so I think people have the right to say or not to say that. And I think that it is true that the argument that Councilmember Fritz said is correct about God, but you could also say that it's incorrect when it says, when the pledge says it's liberty and justice for all, because that is not happening. So if the Pledge of Allegiance is aspirational, but the Pledge of Allegiance is stating to the flag, and the flag, what it represents to different people at different times. And I think that I don't have an answer one way or the other. I really don't, because it is an important question. But I'm hoping that that you will take comments and ideas and thoughts about it, because there's a lot of things wrong with it too, with that. I do have a question about the ready to be scheduled. I noticed that in the ready to be scheduled and in no place in the meeting schedule is a meeting about the results of the referendum about ranked choice voting. And it would seem to me that there would be a meeting for that to be scheduled, not a time, because obviously you want to wait till after the Board of Elections makes their report to you. But just putting it down as again, something that we need to be thinking about is important, that it shows that, yes, there was a referendum and there was a question and there will be a discussion on it. It's a small point, but I think it's important to look at that. So those are my comments on those. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else online, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that we add the reading of the Greenbelt Community Pledge under the organization section of the agenda. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that's a done deal. Then we've got the next amendment. Would someone like to read that? Well, I'll read it. Or
I mean, I don't know if you wanted to put that motion forward.
I understand this is a very emotional topic for members of the public, and that's why I brought it up. I brought it up because we have not had this debate. And I don't think it's fair to say that someone's rights are being violated by telling them that people can say the pledge. The American Legion can say the pledge. You can say the pledge. We are saying that if you were coming to this meeting, are we intentionally going to ask every single person to make a decision? Because the same argument was made for school prayer. The same argument was made for school prayer that, oh, you don't have to pray. But we know it influences people. And we know that neighbors, especially neighbors who might not look like their other neighbors, feel pressured to perform patriotism, especially those who maybe felt targeted by an administration. That it's easy for someone like me who has 4 Italian great-grandparents to make this decision. So I don't want to make this decision for other people or force them to make that decision to do business here. But I understand it's a sensitive issue, and we have to broach it. And it has been a discussion for decades, and I don't want anyone to think it hasn't been. It's been a discussion since the moment the words "under God" were put in there, and in before that. And even then, there was a debate, should the federal government have a pledge? Because that goes against Republican virtue. That is a dynamic debate in the history of this country. And I'm not going to make the motion now, but I think the discussion needs to be had.
Okay, so
Then you need to.
I'm not making the motion.
You need to move it off.
Yeah, well,
I don't have to move it off.
no, you don't have
just
to move it
the
off.
motion is not made.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Okay, and next up, we've got council reports and council activities. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to make this
I would like
motion?
to move that we adjust the language slightly to add prioritization for the ready-to-be-scheduled list is basically the main thing here.
Okay, and we'll have another look at this when we through tonight. So is there a second?
Are we?
There's no second. Is there a second?
Second.
I didn't.
On subsection 7, section 7, subsection 2.
Yeah.
And we're voting on moving this forward.
Language.
The language.
Council reports.
Council procedure.
We
Okay.
didn't change
The
any of
agenda.
this based on the discussion that we had.
But there was, Mr. Summerone had a comment. Yeah, okay, so you made the motion, and Councilmember McKinney, you seconded, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there any discussion on this? Well, hearing no discussion, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously. And that's going to bring us to the next section.
This was just, so I just proposed that the standing rules make the default delivery of council packets to be via email.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Yes.
Now, there was talk about adding something in to accommodate, but you were saying, Mr. Summerone, that you thought that exceptions or accommodations would certainly be made regardless. Are you comfortable with that?
Be in there though.
Only it says the default delivery, so it is just saying that no longer will the default delivery be in person. Default will be by email.
Okay.
It requires the provision by email. It no longer requires the provision at somebody's house.
Right, and we haven't been doing that for about 3 years.
I know. Again, I think our rules should match our practice. So I don't know if there was a second.
Okay, so is there a second?
You look confused,
Councilmember Fritz has seconded.
You look confused, Mr.
Well,
Summerone.
let's have some discussion there. Mr. Summerone, you had something to add?
I'm sorry, maybe it's late in the evening, and the mayor said that we haven't done it in 3 years, and we were doing it up through November.
I wasn't getting mine. Okay, so is there, I didn't opt for it, no. So is there any additional discussion? If not, let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, I think this one is Ms. Pompey's suggestion. This is going to take some language work, but I don't know, Ms. Pompey, if you want to.
Let's table this
wanna
to the
table it?
next meeting, please.
Okay,
Can
is there a
we table
second?
this to
Is
the
there a
next
second to
meeting, please?
table it?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of tabling it to the
Aye.
next meeting? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
This one was a tiny change. I think we had one place left where it said, where it didn't say 3 minutes, it said 5 minutes, not in the petitions part. So I just moved to make it consistent with the other sections, 3 minutes, yeah.
Make a motion?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be discussion on this one. This
Okay,
was
is there a
just-
second? Okay, if there's no discussion, let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And this last one is actually relevant to what I wanted, the item I wanted to the agenda. We have letters and we have, what was the other thing that's in there? I just want to add a sort of specific process for certificates or public service citations and create sort of a list of things that we generally do for that, so that it's easier for staff to just automatically prepare those sorts of things. Like if there is an Eagle Scout, we automatically just have that on the list if we create sort of a public service citations. And then if there's something that comes up, that can also be separately approved. But I just think adding this idea of a certificate or public service citation in addition to the letters and proclamations that we already do, but putting that in our standing rules. So I think, I mean, I don't know if we want to.
Well, it's a
I'll
motion,
move that we
Is there a
add-
second? Okay, I would just like to say if we do this, I would like to see it done, judiciously. I think like with the ACE student awards, and there are other times when we just do that. But I would, I hope that the goal isn't to be doing this every meeting, every other meeting. We're sending out certificates for staff to prepare. I think that it's an honorific thing, and I think that there's really not a whole lot of pushback on the idea of doing certificates for students or teachers or for employees, and so that's what I'm thinking at this point.
I think my purpose again is we do these things already. Let's actually have that written out and a process written out.
Okay, any other discussion? Let's see, is that number 4?
That's the last one.
That's the last one. Are you willing to, can the public make comment at this time, or do we need to vote on this?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's discussion. I'm not hearing any. Let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Do we have
Let the public. I thought this isn't the 4th one.
This is the last one,
It's
so
the
there
last
is no
one.
more.
It's the last one. Yes. Mr. Orleans is going to give us a litany of, please, Mr. Orleans. Please. Well, I'm thinking that you may have a whole list of items from the very beginning of the work session that you want to share on this agenda item, and I'm hoping that that's not the case.
He only gets 3 minutes regardless.
I'm aware I'm not the oldest person in the room. I'll defer to someone else for that. But
Uh-oh.
I've got 78 years of things I want to tell council, yeah. Since I've been back in town, I've alluded to Senator Snort many times. No one has ever asked me who Senator Snort is or was, so I had to assume that people knew and understood what I was saying, but I don't know. Senator Snort felt his vanity was justified in his pretense. Senator Snort was maybe the model for pomposity in government writ large at all levels. I've often compared our council to Senator Snort. Now maybe that was impugning council, or maybe it was impugning Senator Snort, I don't know. On the subject of patriotism, I don't wear it on my sleeve. Some people know it, some don't. I don't, maybe nobody cares. When I was in Vietnam, I came to appreciate what I later characterized as the latent fascism in every human being. We're born with a latent fascism. I saw friends of mine act in ways that were repugnant to me, and for what it's worth, I chose a different course of thinking, a way of thinking. Every morning I wake up, I reject the fascism latent in me as well as everyone else, including council. I consider myself a patriot. I'm more than a patriot to my community, which is Greenbelt, or my community, which is the United States of America. I'm patriotic to our species. I'm patriotic to our civilization, such as it is, and our evolution as a species, which I come to think we're maybe devolving. We're going in the other direction at this point. Rote patriotism, standing as I did, going to school here and over there and at High Point until I moved to Albany, there as well, rote patriotism, standing to recite the pledge, which I probably could still do from memory, is, among other things, kind of silly, and it's not sincere. Sincerity in one's patriotism is that when one sees hypocrisy, one challenges hypocrisy. Sincerity in one's patriotism is when one sees people who have authority by virtue of their election abusing that party, that authority, points out that abuse. Whatever council will do when it changes its rules, mostly badly because they're bad changes, that probably won't be included among them. But I respect the fact that someone suggested that we should not
Mr. Orleans.
engage in rote patriotism.
Mr.
We
Orleans.
should be more sincere.
Mr. Orleans.
Yes.
Is it council's will to allow Mr.
I'm about
Orleans to go
finished,
on?
Mr. Mayor. And
No,
council.
your time is up, Mr. Orleans.
Unfortunately, the will of council, because of the time and
I will close with one
Thank
sentence.
you. But
With
you're
one
welcome
sentence,
to,
I will
go ahead
close.
and
I look
submit-
forward to the day
submit
when
that in writing.
council, without arbitrary
Sir.
a limitation on its time for its meetings,
Sir.
will learn to speak less, and we'll all get out here early.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, sir. Okay, we need to vote on this last text amendment. The motion was made. Who seconded the motion?
Pompey?
Ms. Pompey? And let's go ahead and vote. This is to issue certificates of or public service citations honoring awards and exceptional achievements, scholarships, and so on and so on. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the measure carries. Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for all of your good work on these modifications council rules. We'll we got one more item on the agenda, though.
Yeah.
Item number 18.
So this is just really brief. When I was talking to Mr. Samaron earlier, I was thinking about some of and thinking about these public citations. We had some Greenbelt residents who really went above and beyond with helping people like clean out their cars. And I'm thinking I know there are more, but I know that John Sewell did like 40 cars. And so my motion is that we issue some public service citations for Greenbelters who went above and beyond during the storm. And I think in order to do that, we may have ideas. We can also solicit them from the public. But I would like to issue those sorts of citations for those who went above and beyond. That's my motion.
I second that.
Like certificates of some sort.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Do you have like a?
Yeah.
So my proposal is to collect names from council know about and also like solicit and ask people who did a really awesome job helping out during the storm. Council would like to recognize them. Yeah. Yes, for free. Not the people who got paid, although they were very helpful too. But
I mean, act of kindness, yeah?
I was just
Yeah.
going to recommend that we set out a call because I
Yes.
certainly wouldn't know everybody. But
Right. No, I put out if we know names, but also put out a call for people to give us.
Okay,
names.
any other discussion? Yes, please go
Can
ahead.
I do a quick question? I know everybody wants to go. That's
Can we-
for Mr. Salmaron, maybe?
Huh?
Well, let's finish up. It's okay. I can do it next time.
No,
I'm-
go
I
ahead.
can. No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'll bring it up. Yeah, I'll send you an email.
In favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's for the snow certifications. Yeah.
Yeah, aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Good
Okay,
night,
so
everybody.
no, we've got more to cover here.
No.
Council reports,
I don't think there are any council reports.
council activities.
I propose that we just do that later and put it in the minutes.
Yeah, put on ice. Bad pun, but.
And we need a motion, or we just sit here till we get a motion.
move to end the meeting.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. That was 6:30.